Hey, buddy.
The reason this one isn't going out.
Parcel set that up, so I'm going to see if Bianca's showing up next door.
Oh, she is.
She's there.
Obviously, she was anyway. Testing. Netflix.
Yes, true.
Your plug that.
Sorry?
Did you unplug that?
Yes. But that was switched off. When I came into this room,
Those are switched
that
off.
was, no, this was switched off.
That was switched off.
Yes.
Okay.
So I don't think that is making any difference.
You can mute that one.
Sorry?
Can you mute that one? It's still
Yep.
giving audio. Make sure all the microphones muted.
you're able to make The tip of the tongue. There we go. Hello, everyone, and welcome to our session on policy, which is very exciting. So our first speaker actually has a very, very long day ahead of him. He's, in fact, defending his PhD in just about 2 hours. And then later this afternoon, yeah, big round of applause. And then later this afternoon, we'll also be presenting at the poster session. So he's got a very long day. So please stay tuned for what I'm hoping will be the first part of a very high energy day. So Henry Hosseini is coming to speak to us about something that we don't often do enough of in our community. We spend a lot of time looking at English language privacy policies, but very rarely do we actually go and look if they match what's written in other languages. So this paper is a bilingual longitudinal analysis of privacy policies measuring the impacts of the GDPR and the CCPA/CCPRA by Henry, Christine, Martin, and Thomas. Take it away.
Thank you very much for the introduction, and welcome everyone to my presentation of our paper, as with the super long title that was just mentioned, a bilingual longitudinal analysis of privacy policies regarding the GDPR and the CCPA/CPRA. So you might have encountered when you skim through homepages, in the footer of those homepages, the following links that you see here on the screen that are related to opting out of selling or sharing personal information, which is related to California's CCPA/CPRA, so that the consumers can opt out of selling and sharing. And this brings us basically to the first motivation of conducting this research, because most of the prior work has been conducted on the content of privacy policies in terms of the GDPR, but less work has been conducted on the CCPA/CPRA. And secondly, as was also mentioned in last year's PETS, in the awarded paper from last PETS, there is a lack, and was also mentioned in the introduction, there is a lack of work on non-English privacy policies at top privacy venues, which therefore we conducted a content analysis of English and German privacy policies, which are the most frequently spoken languages in the EU. Now, in terms of our approach, we used an extended version of our corpus that we had used in our NDSS 2019 paper. That was some of you might know it, we value your privacy, now take some cookies. And we also constructed a fresh corpus for the CCPA/CPRA enforcement and also taking effect using the toolchain that we had also published in PETS 2021. And also we used a Wagner's corpus, which is a corpus comprising English privacy policies from 1996 to 2021 for corroboration purposes. Now, one of the properties of our analysis is that we only consider intersecting privacy policy domains, meaning that for each corpus and for each language, we only consider privacy policy domains that occurred at all time points of data collection. Now, in terms of method of analysis, we wanted to be independent of any sort of dictionaries, word lists, or deep learning models. And therefore, we opted for using keyness analysis, which is a measure in corpus linguistics in order to identify terms and phrases that stand out while comparing to corpora. And the metric that was used was the Bayesian information criterion, which is a statistical measure in order to, which basically points out the amount of evidence that exists against the null hypothesis being that there is no difference in the occurrence of two terms. And we also, for measuring the difference in terms of the occurrence of the terms, we use the log ratio effect size. Now, another property of our analysis is that we consider n-gram types instead of frequencies, meaning that we only consider we only count each n-gram only once per privacy policy, which enables us to map the occurrences of the n-grams to the privacy policies. We also relied on more modern approaches. For here, you see BERT topic, and BERT topic is a topic modeling method that in comparison to traditional topic modeling has the nice advantage that it does not need the number of topics to be predetermined in advance. And this whole method was fully automated except for the interpretation of the results. Let me just briefly show you what I mean when I said that we compare to corpora. So We have here the GDPR corpus and our CCPA CPRA corpus, each containing English and German privacy policies. And we split these corpora based on the enforcement of the respecting regulation. Based on the enforcement of the respecting regulation or the regulation taking effect. So here we have this GDPR corpus, which was split on the time that the GDPR was enforced. So we have a pre and post subcorpora, and each of these so-called target corpora were compared against the fixed reference corpus, so that we can observe changes in language and shift in language more precisely. In terms of findings, well, as also our own previous work and also other previous work has pointed out, and after the GDPR enforcement, there was a shift towards the usage of terminology related to data subject rights, and similarly for legal basis. But what we discovered was that English privacy policies had a much more descriptive approach towards the describing the legal basis or the data subject rights, while the German privacy policies were directly referencing to the respective articles, paragraphs, and subcases. For example, here, for Article 6.1a, you see here, which is about consent. This was for an example of how German privacy policies refer to the provisions. Now, in terms of the CCPA CPRA analysis, well, we did not observe a shift in terms of the magnitude that we observed for the GDPR. After the CCPA enforcement on July 1st, 2020, we observed a slight increase in terms of the CCPA-related phrases that you see here. We had another sample from February 2021, a similar picture, and we applied the same method also on Wagner's corpus, same picture again, but in early 2023, when the CCPRA took effect, we observed a substantial shift towards the usage of CCPA CPRA terminology, which is very likely due to the fact that the companies and businesses were preparing for the CPRA enforcement. And well, for the German privacy policies, we did not observe any CPRA-related phrases. Let's talk about topic modeling and the CCPA on the CCPA CPRA corpus. So, well, as you might expect, we observed topics that were related to CCPA CPRA. For example, Californian residents, response to verifiable consumer requests, and also opting out of sale of personal data. For the German portion of this corpus, we, for example, observed that, well, the EU-US Privacy Shield, which was also invalidated in July 2020, we observed that there is a decrease in the prevalence. But what I would like to draw your attention to is this specific topic, opt-out cookies. And you see that it's also decreasing here. We suspect the reason, and we assume the reason, to be related to the enforcement of the Telecommunications Telemedia Data Protection Act in Germany, which was enforced in December 2021. What is this about? Well, in Section 25 of this Data Protection Act, it is only possible to store or access stored information on an end user's device based on two conditions. Either it is technically necessary to deliver a service requested by the end user, or clear, comprehensive consent was acquired. Now, here you see a cookie banner example. And you see here that these checkboxes were selected. Now, if you were following the Planet 49 court case, and you probably know that these pre-ticked checkboxes were declared to be not conform with not showing consent, and therefore we assume that there is a connection so that the occurrence of opt-out cookies in privacy policies decreased. Let's also talk about do not sell, or share links, which as you see here, based on the civil code that we have put here, that there is a requirement to put a link on the homepage of affected businesses with this exact wording: do not sell or share my personal information. But As you can see on the right, we are based on regular expressions that we crafted. We observed 60 different wordings for this link text between 2019 and 2023. Now, while we have an increase, while you also observed a shift towards the correct usage of this link text, there is a question of whether clearer guidelines would have, well, prevented this mess. We also wanted to measure whether we could observe global effects on the CCPA CPRA, and we quantified this by measuring the occurrence of do not sell links on companies' websites in the CCPA CPRA corpus in early 2023. And in order to identify these companies, we used the free company dataset, which also contains the headquarters of the companies. Well, in the United States, as you probably would expect, we have the most occurring companies, companies that had not selling in California, but also other tech or economical or political hubs, like, for example, New York, Massachusetts, Washington, and Texas had also included many companies with this specific link. And in terms of worldwide effects, we also observed companies that were headquartered in the UK, in Canada, in Germany, India, France, and many other countries that you can see here on the map. Thank you very much for your attention, and let me just list the takeaways in case that you joined late. Thank you.
It should be on.
Thank you very much. I really enjoyed it. Also, you covered all the related law and the cases, because it really grounded it solidly, your research. So I really appreciate this part. How much effort would it be to, you supported English, German, how much effort would it be to add other language to your system? Let's say Spanish would be interesting maybe for the CCPA analysis, or French would be interesting just to see what CNIL is doing, if there's big impact. So can you comment on that?
Yeah, sure. So the source code of the whole source code of the analysis was already published. The link is included in our paper. And well, if you, the whole source code is completely modulated. So you can, for example, in case of Spanish, you can, for example, use Spacey, or the Stanza library, which is also a very good library. It is a little bit slow, but it has a very high precision. So you can add those and replace the components that we used in order to conduct your analysis. And the keenness analysis itself is also language independent, because it's based on statistical measures. So that's absolutely possible.
I got another question because we're low on time. Okay. Pass that over.
So thanks a lot for the presentation, and good luck with your PhD defense this afternoon. I have a question about the fact that German privacy policies seem to be more like concrete and detailed. And I was wondering whether you think that's not necessarily a bad thing, given like in Germany, like those documents written in German are legally binding. Do you have any comment on that?
Yeah, sure. So we assume that the reason is related to the source of law. So English-speaking countries mostly rely on legal prevalence, while we have in Europe or in Germany, we have the so-called civil code, which is basically based, we assume that the reason is related to this different source of law.
Okay, I think we're done with questions because we're running low on time and these sessions are short. But Henry is going to be on the job market for a postdoc, particularly looking in Europe, assuming that he does successfully defend his PhD this afternoon. So we wish him luck one more time. Big round of applause. Okay, while Eleanor is getting ready, one recommendation is to require sites, here we are. Privacy laws are not static, and they're revised from time to time. This work is going to take an empirical look at the impact of some of these measurements from Jan Charitan and Eleanor Burrell, 2 steps forward and 1 step back, the right to opt out of sale under the CPRA. And are we plugged in? Do we have AV? Wonderful. Okay, take it away. You've got 15 minutes and I'll let you know when we're 1 minute away. Oh, sorry. 11 minutes for your thing and then 4 minutes for a question.
All right, wonderful. Thank you, everyone. In the interest of full disclosure, I should say this is primarily my student Jan's work. Unfortunately, he couldn't be here this week, so I get to tell you about the right to opt out of sale in California under the California Privacy Rights Act, or CPRA. So, a little bit of context. CPRA is an amendment to an earlier law, the California Consumer Privacy Act, or CCPA, which was signed about a month after GDPR went into effect in June 2018. CCPA established some pretty standard rights: a right to know, this is basically equivalent to GDPR's right to access; a right to delete, very similar to the right to erasure; a right to opt out of sale of personal information, and here both sale and personal information are very broadly defined to include things like tracking and targeted advertising; and a right to non-discrimination if you invoke any of your other rights. This law went into effect January 1st, 2020, and enforcement began 6 months later. But however, both before and after this law went into effect, there was a lot of criticism of CCPA. Some of it was coming from the privacy advocacy community, including some of the people in this room, saying things like, these rights were really not usable, these rights are really not scalable, the implementations of these rights are using lots of dark patterns and manipulative designs. There was also criticism coming from the corporate settings and from the business community that this was imposing a lot of overhead, and particularly on small businesses, and that this was really going to be an impediment to conducting business. And so just a couple of months after enforcement began, there was a statewide ballot initiative in California called the California Privacy Rights Act, or CPRA. This was pitched as really enhancing and expanding privacy by amending CCPA. It passed. And what did it actually do? It introduced a couple of new rights. Notably, it introduced a right to limit the use of sensitive personal information, in addition to the right to opt out of sale of all personal information. It also introduced a right to correct, in addition to the pre-existing right to delete. It also codified a couple of things that had previously been interpretations that the Attorney General's office was making and had already been enforcing, but now they added them to the text of the law. This included saying any sort of consent that was elicited through the use of dark patterns or manipulative interfaces does not count as consent, and also codifying that browser signals, such as the Global Privacy Control, or GPC signal, had to be considered valid opt-outs for the purposes of the right to opt out of sale. So again, these were already things that were being interpreted and enforced by the Attorney General's office, but they were now actually written into the amended law. But this law was a compromise. It wasn't a pure win. So what else did it do? One of the other things it did is it actually effectively reduced the mechanisms for opting out of sale. Previously, everyone needed to have an opt-out of sale link on their homepage, as discussed in the previous talk. But now, companies that had and respected these GPC signals no longer were required to also have a manual opt-out link. In addition, it reduced the scope of the law in terms of which companies this applied to. Previously, the threshold was this CCPA applied to any law that processed the personal information of more than 50,000 consumers or households. That threshold is 100,000. So this law is now going to apply to fewer companies. There were lots of revisions in the process of drafting and finalizing the regulations. So the initial draft of the regulations, which is what we were looking at when we were designing this study, actually said that any company that processed a GPC signal needed to notify users that they were doing that. And that transparency, that extra visibility, went away in the final draft law. So we started looking at, okay, what about these things that aren't clear wins? Are we actually going to potentially have a negative impact on privacy in California, particularly on the right to opt out of sale, because of these last few changes? Reduced mechanisms and reduced scope. Those are changes from a law that was in effect for 3 years. So we decided to do a longitudinal measurement study. The last change, that's kind of a counterfactual. What if they'd gone with the earlier draft of the regulation? They never actually had that version. So we decided to do an experimental user study to understand what the impact of that missed opportunity might have been. In the interest of time, I'm only going to talk about the measurement study, but I'm happy to talk about this user study offline if you're interested. So what did we do with our measurement study? The short answer is we crawled a whole bunch of websites. We got a list of the top 25,000 websites from Tranco, and we decided to visit each of these lists and try and measure how they were implementing this right to opt out of sale. One of the things we were interested in is, are they honoring these GPC signals, these automated browser signals that are, according to California law, legally required to be accepted as valid opt-outs from the user? It's a little hard to measure how companies are actually responding to a signal, although I'm sure some people in this room are thinking about it. So we decided to take a slight shortcut, which is we decided to use something that's known as the US privacy string. The US privacy string is an IAB specification. The idea of this string is that if a company is processing personal information and it shares that personal information with a third party downstream, that third party needs to be notified whether a user has opted out of sale of their personal information or not. So there should be some standard for notifying these downstream third parties, and this is the US privacy string. It's a 4-character string. So for example, 1YNN. First character is the version number, which has historically always been 1. The second character indicates whether the user has been offered a mechanism for opting out of sale, Y for yes, N for no. The third character, and this is the critical one for our study, indicates whether the user has invoked their right to opt out of sale, whether this is via a manual opt out of sale link or by enabling a GPC signal. No, they have not. Yes, they have. And the last one's about whether the company has signed onto something which is not going to be relevant for this study. These strings can be accessed via a standardized API. So we're able to use this API in order to test, does this company claim that a user has opted out of sale if they haven't? And do they claim that the user has opted out of sale if they have invoked the right to opt out of sale, for example, by enabling this GPC signal? So we visited each of the websites in our corpus twice, once with this GPC signal not enabled, have not opted out of sale, once with this signal enabled, and we got the US privacy string for both of these settings so we could compare. In addition to measuring how people responded to this GPC signal, we also collected some additional information while we were there. One thing we measured is, did each website have an opt-out of sale link as required to be on the homepage of their website under the original CCPA text? We also looked at privacy policies for each of these websites to see whether they had language that discussed GPC or browser signals or automated signals for opting out of sale. And we also checked for a file called gpc.json, which is required by the specification of GPC in order to be there if you were processing and respecting and honoring these GPC signals. So now we have a crawler. We have a crawler that could visit 25,000 different URLs and collect all of this information. But we wanted to do this longitudinally. So we did monthly crawls between November 2022, which is 2 months before this new law was going to go into effect. And we continued to run them monthly over the next year through November 2023. So what did we find? Here's what we found with GPC signals in the first month. The dark blue at the bottom are those companies that are respecting GPC signals. Those are companies that initially say, no, the user has not opted out, when the user in fact has not opted out, and then say, yes, the user has opted out after we enable GPC. That's a little under 250 companies. What's everyone else doing? There's a small sliver who say, yes, you've opted out, even if you haven't. Probably those are companies that are not selling information anyway. There's a bunch of red stuff at the top. Those are people who are ignoring GPC signals. They say, no, you have not opted out, even after you have opted out with the GPC signal. And the ones in the gray are any other sort of setting. The dash one, which is most of those, are companies that are claiming CCPA does not apply to them. How does this change over time? If we consider the next 2 months, which is starting, so we started 2 months before, this goes through January 2023, immediately after the revisions went into effect. We do see that number going up. More companies are respecting and honoring these GPC signals, but again, not a large number. A lot of companies are ignoring this. We continued over the next year, Not any dramatic changes after that, including in July 2023, when enforcement of this law went into effect. That said, it's a little hard to interpret because they should always have been respecting these GPC signals. Like at some point, even before this was codified into law, all companies that were complying with CCPA needed to be honoring these signals. So this just suggests that compliance rates have been low over time and are still continuing to be quite low. What about overall ways of opting out of sale? Well, we said that there are two ways of invoking a right to opt out of sale. One is that you could have this manual link. So we can look at whether people had manual links or not. If they have manual links, so a lot of them did have manual links. Manual links gets you up to eventually more like 3,000 companies. So we have a lot of people having manual links and not allowing GPC signals. We also have a growing number which have GPC signals, but do not have opt-out of sale links. Those are those bright blue ones. So we're seeing that reduction of mechanism, which has an impact because not all browsers support GPC signals, and a lot of users are not aware of GPC signals. An ongoing struggle in this area is it's hard to know, are these all of the companies that CCPA applies to? And the companies that CCPA applies to has changed over time. So we also looked at just the companies who originally provided an opt-out of sale link in November 22. We think all of these companies needed to comply with CCPA. And how did their effect change? We saw some of these companies switching from providing an opt-out of sale link to only providing a GPC option and no longer having a link. And we see that red section at the top. That red section at the top is companies that originally allowed you to opt out of sale and no longer have any mechanism for opting out of sale. These may be companies that are no longer subject to California law because of the change in who it was applicable to. We have lots of other data, which I would be happy to talk about you offline, but generally we make a bunch of recommendations. There should be both manual and automated signals. We should require everyone to enable those signals by having all browsers support this. We need to be able to figure out which laws apply to which companies. It's very hard to enforce or study these laws without that. And it's, even without knowing that, data suggests a lot of companies are not in compliance. So we really need robust enforcement as well. And with that, I'm going to stop and I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, I think we've got time for one, maybe two questions, so try and keep them short.
Yeah, great talk. Thanks a lot. What do you think we should be doing to increase compliance? I mean, okay, you have your recommendations, but should we go to regulators more, as was suggested in the morning?
I think that absolutely we should be talking to regulators. We should be taking this evidence to regulators. I have talked to Ashkan Sultani about this work in particular, and I think that we as a community should be doing more of that. I also think that regulators need to start making it easier to measure some of these things. In some sense, we're measuring what we can, but not everything is measurable. So things like writing laws or interpreting laws to require everyone to state explicitly whether they need to comply with the law or not. There's also draft regulation in California in the works in order to require all browsers to support these signals. You're undoubtedly familiar with that, but steps like that I think are really critical. If we're going to switch to saying you only have to support signals, then signals have to be supportable for everyone. And as you've been thinking about a lot, we need to think about how to educate people that these signals exist if it's not possible to enable them by default.
Yeah, thank you very much for your talk. It's also very interesting to see the development. I was wondering, who are the companies that comply and do not comply with the regulation? Do you have any idea on that? Because we've also talked about, for example, developers. Maybe they're just being told, hey, implement this thing. And if it's a small company, although maybe they have many visitors, they don't care as much and the impact is not as big. So do you have any idea who are the companies?
That's a great question. We haven't done any of that analysis. We do have the whole data set. I'd be happy to take a look at it with you if that's something you're interested in.
All right, thank you.
We thank the speaker once more. Okay, next up, Casey is going to tell us a bit about the world of data brokers. So laws like GDPR allow individuals to request their data from companies that are processing them, but do data brokers fulfill these requests when you ask the data brokers to give you your personal information back? So our next paper is going to take a look at people search websites, which are a subcategory of data brokers. And this is going to be presented by Casey Take. And the other people on the paper are Jordan Young, Rasika Bahalaru, Kevin Gallagher, Andrea Forte, Damon McCoy, and Rachel Greenstadt, and it is titled What to Expect When You're Accessing, an exploration of user privacy rights in people search websites. And we are good to go.
Hi, my name is Casey. I just graduated from NYU, and today I'm very excited to go over our research on trying to understand people search websites. But first, what are people search websites? And depending on where you live, you might have come across sites that promise to disclose individuals' phone number, emails, or physical addresses. And some of them may also advertise themselves as reverse phone number directories, or even suggest more specific use cases like intimate partner surveillance. And when we started working on the study, I did a search on myself, and here is, of course, an anonymized image, but my exact age, address, and exact location were displayed. And of course, this is pretty scary, and because especially all of this information was accurate. So we started, so a little bit more about how does user information end up on these websites. And users share their PII with different government organizations or different commercial sources almost every day in exchange for various goods and services. Specific companies that specialize in monetizing users' PII either purchase this information or scrape it from public sources. And these companies are commonly known as data brokers. People search websites are a specific type of data brokers that publicly display this PII on their websites. And of course, the ease of availability that these sites offer when searching individuals can be also leveraged by attackers and can be dangerous for individuals' privacy and safety. And as users, you might be wondering, what can I do to minimize risk? We came into this research with this question, and we also found out that looking at prior work, we found out that expert advice for security and privacy experts suggest that a step towards becoming safer is minimizing publicly available information. In addition, multiple anti-doxing and anti-harassment guides also suggest similar things. And therefore, we started asking ourselves, how does removal work, and what are its outcomes? To answer this question, 2 years ago, we presented a paper at PETS, and we found out, and these are our two main findings. Participants we spoke to felt that the sites lacked transparency, especially when it came up to understanding where the data was collected and what their thorough and complete threat models could be. We also found out that data removal is particularly difficult, time-consuming, and needs to be continuously repeated. From this, thinking more about these two insights, we came up with new research questions. We started one, which are here on the right. And to answer this research question, we designed a systematic follow-up study, which we present in this, which we wrote about in this paper. As a high-level overview, we picked 20 sites using the Tranco list of sites with higher traffic that the previous speaker also mentioned, and using data collection inspired by autoethnography, a subset of authors went through each of these sites and saw data access and removal. This approach, the almost ethnographic approach enabled us to have at least one representative from multiple privacy jurisdictions. And in this slide, I have a very short overview of our data access and data removal stage, which have respectively 3 and 4 sub-stages, and I will discuss in the previous slides in more detail, in the upcoming slides in more detail. So we started the data access attempts by, of course, going through the sites and searching for ourselves. And of course, we encountered some difficulties. For example, the research based in Europe started noticing that the sites block EU IPs as an easy way to avoid complying with the GDPR. And since I see everyone has a laptop in front of them and might be tempted to go to these sites, upon landing in Bristol, we also found out that the same is true for UK IPs. Other difficulties we encountered in this first self-search were related to the types of sites we observed. A first set of sites, which we call fee sites, only had paywalls and we could not see what information they had on us. And a second set of sites, which we call ad sites, only contained partial information and then links to the fee sites, you know, and ads that displayed that implied that more information could be available in those. And given that this first self-search was partly unsuccessful, we proceeded to sending data access requests using the GDPR right of access and equivalent CCPA rights based on the location of the researchers. From this stage of the study, our main takeaway is that people search websites typically didn't comply with data access requests. Only one of the sites provided us with data reports. Multiple sites had multiple intermediate steps, and many of them replied to us with multiple justifications. Among the justifications, a particularly interesting response we received was the one that indicated that legislation was not applicable. More specifically, one of the sites pointed out that all the information they had collected was exempt from privacy laws because it was collected from public sources. We cross-compared this statement with the CCPA and GDPR and found out that this is actually a key difference between these two legislations, with the CCPA actually not including publicly available sources in their definition of PII, while the GDPR does. The previous speaker also was I appreciate that you had the background from the previous speaker, and it is our findings also indicate that the definition of PII in the CCPA is very general. Continuing our pursuit of understanding what information the sites had on us, we went to the fee sites and purchased the paid reports that were available. And we have more details in the paper, but these are some of the, on the left, we have some of the information that was contained on the sites. I would really like to mention the one takeaway that for one of the authors who moved during the study, the address was the new updated address was included within a month. And we also started observing that some of the sites contained reports with same information that were potentially indicating that they might be owned by the same parent companies. So that insight indicates that clusters of sites started to emerge. And as we went through the other phases, these clusters became bigger because we observed additional connections between them through shared data access mechanisms or privacy policies redirecting to other sites in our subset. However, I should mention that up to this point, these connections were only hypothetical and we didn't have any actual proof. So we started wondering, can we verify them, and also can we leverage them to simplify removal? While removal from some sites affect the other ones. And to confirm our hypothesis, we removed our information from one site from each of the clusters in the previous slide. We waited for 2 weeks and did another self-search in the entire subset and discovered that 10 other sites also removed our information. In the last 2 stages, we waited 2 more weeks, removed from the rest of the sites. We encountered some minimal difficulties, which we've described in more detail in the paper, but we did not observe any additional connections at this stage. Next, I also want to briefly go over the implications. First, our study has implications for security and privacy advice because, as I previously mentioned, discovering and leveraging these connections between sites can be used to simplify removal. We also found out that data access requests, especially in these people search websites, are complicated and rarely work because they leverage this kind of loopholes in the legislation. In terms of technical recommendations, I also want to echo what the previous speaker said. We find that automated access to individuals' own information would be very helpful, and also mechanisms for reporting non-compliance could be helpful too. Something that I didn't get time to mention in the presentation is that in the first self-search phase, we noticed advertisement that implied that some of the authors and researchers participating had court records, but given that that is not the case, we conclude that these are misleading advertisement, and it would be helpful to be able to report such misleading advertisement. In terms of legislation improvements, we think that expanded definition of PII, especially in the CCPA, could be helpful for individuals that are worried about their privacy, but also various companies and these people search websites in particular could benefit from improved guidelines for policy interpretations in case they do want to do better. Here I have 2 main directions for future work and my contact information in case you want to discuss any questions now or after. Thank you.
Close people. Okay.
Great talk. So have you considered looking into this information removal webs, companies like Delete Me? I'm hearing out of ads from them.
Yes, we actually looked into that a little bit on the previous paper that I presented 2 years ago. I didn't have time to summarize it here. I mean, there are a way to guarantee some level of privacy if you can afford it, but there are quite significant fees associated with them. And also the participants that we spoke to in the previous study felt that you need to be continuously paying for them to guarantee a satisfactory level of privacy.
Great presentation. Do you need a job? Because we're hiring. So we've been interested in this for a while at the Army Cyber Institute, and I was interested, you mentioned in your talk that someone's new address popped up in the, were you able to run down like specific sources of data flow? So like where did that address come from? Was it the rental agency? Was it a utility? Any more insights on where this information is coming from that's getting fed into these?
That's a good question. I mean, I know that my co-authors have some suspicions, but there is nothing that we can really prove. So it's a bit difficult, but happy to talk more about the suspicions.
Thank you. Hey, great presentation. So curious, did you come across any data broker or people search websites that actually had API access to be able to do the opt-out request? Because California has some new legislation that's going to be taking place. I believe it's active in 2026, where those companies that are on that list will be compelled to have some kind of automated way for the Attorney General's office to allow at least California citizens or companies that are incorporated in California to do that. Did you encounter that any that had any infrastructure at all, or was every single one a manual process, an email, a web form?
I would say that for now it's very manual. Also, we have an image in the paper that I couldn't include in the presentation, but we also received very different responses. I would say that at the moment they're not really prepared to handle the data access requests. Maybe once they're forced to, it will be different, but right now there was no such thing.
Okay, so could we thank the speaker one more time? Thank you, Kelsey. So now we're taking a bit of a different tack and moving away from web privacy and into a different area where privacy surprisingly is still relevant. The stock market. So if your trades are really big in the stock market, you're going to move the market and other people might guess your strategy and maybe trade against you. So Artur is coming to us from Proof Trading, along with collaborators from CUNY and Northeastern, and this is defining and controlling information leakage in US equities trading. Along with him are Alison Bishop, Paul Cesaretti, Garrison Grogan, Adam McCoy, Robert Moss, Lisa Oakley, Marcel Ribeiro, and Mohammed Chokri. All yours.
Thank you very much. So I'll be presenting this research with Proof Trading. So who is Proof, right? Proof Trading is a broker-dealer that's registered to trade in US equities. And it's actually a unusual broker in the sense that they really have a strong proponent for transparency in the markets. So they do open research on their algorithms and publish this research. And this is actually facilitates them to work with academics, many of whom are involved in this work, including me. So I finished my PhD a couple of years ago, and I'm slightly, for slightly 1 year, I have been working on this work. So just to give a general idea of the introduction, and a general idea of the stock market, we can think about the stock market as a set of buyers that will give some bids. They'll say how many shares they want to buy, what's the price that they want to pay, and sellers as well doing offers on their shares and how much money they are willing to sell them for that. And whenever these things match, we can have a trade. What characterizes a trade is pretty much a data stamp with date and time, the number of shares, the symbol name, and the price. So a simplified view of the market in which you can make a model to work on is a time series with all this data. Of course, this is a bit simplified. You don't have only one exchange, so you have multiple exchanges, but this gives a general idea of how to collect and process this data. And the problem that we're interested in are, for example, in asset manager. So we have Alice, that's an asset manager that works for a company that manages a large pool of assets. So we're talking about retirement funds, pension accounts, lots of assets that general people use to for the savings. And usually these companies will have a portfolio of stocks. So they will have a different number of stocks, different symbols. And the problem is that as they have very, very large number of assets on these portfolios, whenever they want to make some change on it, sell some symbols and buy others, this is often a high operation, and this does not go unnoticed in the market. So the problem that we have is how Alice can buy and sell the shares. Now, when Alice goes to the stock market, she can't really just buy, for example, 100,000 shares in one go. She'll go through the sell offers. We'll go from the cheapest one to the, we'll start with the cheapest one. And after she buys that, she'll go to the second cheapest, third cheapest, and so on. So of course, only through this process, if she were to buy everything at once, the price would gradually increase, but that's not the only problem. The problem that we're more interested in is about what this looks like for anyone looking in the market, right? So if we have some observer on the market, and that's what we most have on markets, they will see this kind of unusual behavior, someone buying a lot of shares from the same symbol and say, well, they are buying this much shares, I might be able to make some money and get away with it. And this is the kind of information leakage that we're interested in avoiding. Now, I will just give an overlook on how we model the market. As I said, it's a bit of a time series. So the model that we are using here is to have some kind of distribution of trade activity. So we can look, for example, for a single symbol during a specific window of time. So let's say this INDCPA symbol for 10 minutes, from 9:30 to from 9:40 a.m. And we get some number of days. So we can consider the 3 months. We can aggregate this data and come up with this, this probability distribution. Now, when Alice goes into play, if she decides to, in this 10-minute window, buy 100,000 shares, that is what's going to probably happen to that probability distribution. So the market activity that was on this first curve is going to get shifted on the second one. And an observer can just decide that whenever they see some activity that's after some certain threshold, they will act and say, well, someone is actually really interested in these shares, and trigger some kind of activity. Now, as Alice is buying a lot of shares or selling a lot of shares, it's impossible for her to go unnoticed, but what she can hope to achieve is to try to go just a little bit over what the market activity would be. So this actually prompted some differential privacy ideas to the group. So the idea is that we want the world without Alice to look as close as possible to the world with Alice. So now, how do we model this in a game model approach? We can see this as some kind of distribution in the market, as I was saying, and we have some kind of auxiliary information to Alice. This usually can be some kind of stochastic function, some post-processing of the market. It can be, we contemplate pretty much every case on that. So Alice can be completely blind, have no information at all, only the distribution, or she can actually know the realization of the random variable of the market. And then Alice will just make an action. So she'll make a number of trades, buy a number of shares or sell a number of shares. And a function of this will result in what is the market for the public, right? So we have some kind of function of the market and Alice's action. For the paper, we are mostly interested in additive, so we just add Alice's activity to the market activity, which is fairly natural, but just note this is a more general model, so we can actually do all sorts of combinations with it. And of course, we can just then, after this is for a period of time of 10 minutes, we can, for the next 10 minutes, we can iterate over that if we have a model of how this works. For the one shot, So now, this is a classic utility privacy trade-off. The utility here being Alice wants maximize her actions as much as possible, and the privacy goal being, well, we want, as I said, the world with Alice to look as much as possible to the world without. So ideally, we want to maximize actions and keep this difference not far apart. And it turns out, for the one round, that we were able to translate this into a linear programming approach, which was fairly nice, and implement this as well, which pretty much just maximizes the expected value for Alice's action, subject to this differential private constraints, right? So this differentially private intuition, at least, constraint. And also some structural constraints that are mostly to do with computation time and also guaranteeing everything is a probability distribution and this kind of thing. And on real data, this is what the algorithm looks like. So this is real raw data. There's no processing here. Of course, it's not probably a model that a statistician would use, but just to actually make the point that if you see what this is doing, we have this privacy bounds, the upper and lower bound, and the middle distribution. In blue is the market distribution, and you can see what the algorithm is suggesting, right? The algorithm is suggesting, well, if we take an additive approach, Alice should move this curve a little bit to the right, so it's just under the upper bound and just above the lower bound on the left over there. So to conclude, on this paper, we did some main contributions were a notion of information leakage on equities trading, which is not dependent on modeling price, which is good because for finance specifically, modeling price models are very noisy and hard to work with. Defined an iterative game that's based on, inspired on the differential privacy notion of bounding this information leakage, and translated this one-round version into a linear optimization algorithm. Is also implemented in a freely available tool that was submitted as an artifact, and optimizing Alice's activity for varying assumptions of side information impact on the market. So, some open questions that we are working on. What are the optimal solutions to the multi-round game? So this is a nice linear programming approach, but for the multi-round, depending on how we use it, it explodes. So we are trying to work around with that. So the general differential privacy problem of picking the epsilon and the delta, what do they actually mean on this scenario? There's also the attack scenario for Eve. So how is Eve measuring these things? And what exactly can, if we can understand how Eve measures this, she can make different time windows and also do different measures on the data set. And of course, when is PETS going to IPO and start trading on the stock market as well? Thank you very much. And also, just to mention, I would like to thank my co-authors, Alison and Lisa, for the lovely slides. They did this for real world crypto. Mine wouldn't be nearly as good as this one. So thank you very much.
You mentioned that it's difficult to choose the parameters in practice for the privacy bounds. I'm curious if, looking at the real data, if the bounds that keep the perturbed distribution inside the bounds are small enough to prevent any kind of knowledge from the attacker, or whether the attacker can still execute the adversarial trading strategy you discussed.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't really looking too much into the parameters themselves, but we are now starting to look from Eve's perspective as well. So we hope, I mean, market data is very noisy, and the problem is that you can't really experiment with it very easily, right? You can just go and buy a lot of shares and see what happens. So but we're experimenting, starts working on the Eve side of approach as well, to try to understand how these parameters would interplay with, for example, some possible attacks that Eve can have. Thank you.
Hey, great talk. Do you think that this would hold for options as well as just shares? I know that the options market is a little bit more volatile, but do you think that kind of the same modeling would hold?
I'm really not sure. So my PhD was in the quantitative information flow bit, so I'm the information leakage more part of it. So I'm not really sure if it will hold. Sorry, I can check and get back to you.
Thank you.
Hi, so you would say you're modeling price, not modeling price, I'm assuming you're modeling like book pressure or something?
Yes, so this in the stock is pretty much the example of volume, right? So pretty much the amount of shares, but in the paper you use volume pressure.
I'm curious, like there are like companies like Citadel Securities that scan the order book data and look for more features than just simple book pressure. Is that something that you consider when for the adversary model, that they look for more details than just book pressure? And how would you deal with that?
Yeah, so for this specific scenario, we pretty much looked in volume pressure from Alice's perspective. We haven't really explored attacker models yet, but we haven't really going to how to say, other quantities like that. But definitely for the adversary side, we are looking into probably more dimensions on Oh, sure. Thanks, we can. But
Can we thank the speaker once more? So next up, do developers, what developers put on privacy labels match what the apps actually do? Intrigue abounds in this work from the University of Illinois, Chicago, University of Richmond, and George Washington University. Our speaker is going to be Adam Aviv, and the work was also done by Mir Ali, David Balash, Monica Kodwani, and Chris Kanich. So whenever you're ready, Adam.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for the wonderful introduction. Yes, this is work done by myself and a number of students, Mir and David and Monica. David's now faculty at Richmond, and so we have many affiliations on this, which is great. All right, so privacy policies are ubiquitous. We've had a number of talks on this in the session. They're kind of everywhere. And I'm assuming maybe this room is a little different, but in most settings, we don't read them because they are extremely long and involved. And I think the good analogy is that receipt you get at CVS for paying all of $3 for like some gum or something like that. Like it's all this extra stuff on top that's very, very hard to process. And so one of the things that has, one of the motions in the community is trying to make this life better by thinking not just about like the ingredients like of what's going on in food, like how do we bake a cake, but like what is the outcome of this? And in the IoT community, there's been a lot of push towards doing labels like nutrition labels that we have on food. And in 2020, Apple kind of with not a lot of like didn't really tell a ton of people, but then all of a sudden like in a big fell swoop, decided that all apps should have these kind of privacy labels that they have developed and tell you what is going on in these apps in some meaningful way. So if you were in the talk yesterday, you probably would have seen something like this, but let me just give you an overview of what these labels look like and how they are supposed to represent the actions of an app. There are three kind of larger label types and then one label that is mutually exclusive from the other one. So first you could say like you have data that's used to track you, which I think is like kind of a misnomer for what this actually is. It really means that we're willing to, the data that's collected is shared with advertisers, and that advertising tracking can be moved across from not just this app to other situations, data that is linked to you so that anything that can be used to identify your information to the stuff that's actually being collected, and just general data that can't actually be linked to you. And if you have a no data collected option, then you can't have any of the other three. So you either see one of these three things or some subset of them with some other information, or you see data not collected at all. And then if you go a little bit further down, there's like this tree of extra stuff that goes on. So first you have the privacy type, like I said, that's data linked to you. And then you have the purposes, which is like, oh, it's going to be used for third-party advertising. And then the actual category. So in this case, it's like purchases, identifiers, and usage data. And then even one level down, they actually specify the data type that's being collected as well. All right, so this is all like a big wind-up to be like, oh, there's just a lot of information here. But the problem is these things are really not verified at all. I'm not the only researcher to work on this. Other people have published this. And if you go and look and actually ask Apple what to do, they say, hey, you know what? If they're not verified, if you want more information, click on the privacy policy, and then you're back to that CVS receipt that you started with to begin with. So all this is a big windup to say, like, you know, it's very hard to like know what's actually going on in these things, even though they're well labeled. The kind of the supposed ground truth are actually these privacy policies. So you're kind of like in this like the snake eating its tail situation. So what we're trying to do is actually figure out whether or not these privacy policies are somehow meaningful to the actual labels that we see being applied. And so in some prior work, not ours, by our Hokes et al., published an NLP analyzer of privacy policies, which spit out some labels. They're not the same labels as privacy labels, And we wanted to know, if we analyze all these policies, do the labels that are associated with the policies actually match the labels that are associated with how Apple describes apps should be labeled? So we started down this road, and the first thing we realized is that Polissus, unfortunately, is proprietary software, and they wouldn't share it with us, and so that was really a bummer. So then we first started, and we implemented it from scratch. This is a real picture of Masood working on Polissus from scratch. It wasn't actually as bad as this, but so Masood, the first author, re-implemented it. And we sent this paper in for submission. It didn't, whatever. Long story short, like, they didn't like that, and they were like, you should use better techniques. So actually, we implemented it twice. The second time using BERT and some training on that, and we did like the standard bidirectional training, and we built it on PrivBERT, which is a model that's already trained on 1 million privacy policies. And then we did additional training on the OPP 115 set, and we spit out the Polissus labels. And what kind of a nice fun thing is that the BERT thing is like substantially better than the classic NLP model. So this is part of our artifact. So if you're interested in our implementation to get to this point, you can go find it, and you can use it in your own research, which is really great. All right, so how this all came up is that we've been crawling the apps, actually been crawling the App Store for almost 3 years now. And we have privacy labels going back for a while, but we looked at one kind of measurement, and then we also downloaded as many privacy labels as we could. This resulted, all the privacy labels and also all the policies has resulted in 474,000 apps and their privacy policies, including also their privacy labels. We then sent all that through our analysis, and then we matched up Polissus labels to the privacy policy labels, the actual privacy labels that came out of the that were actually labeled by the developers. And the answer is, like, are these things the same? Not even close. It's miles apart, which is not to be surprising, but why this is kind of the more interesting thing, and where they differ is also very interesting as well. So I just want to, because I kind of went away from this, I want to come back just to remind everyone what these labels look like. Remember, we have 3 kind of main privacy types, and then we have this mutually exclusive one, which is like, we don't do anything. As you might imagine, that we don't do anything is an utter lie. Almost everyone does something, which is pretty easy. And the reason why a lot of people probably don't do anything is when this was implemented, a lot of developers had to upload an app, and Apple required you to select a label, and maybe your production side versus your legal side are different. The production people are like, I don't know what to do. I'm just gonna select do not do anything, and like that just kind of sits around for a long time. So just to kind of show you how different this is, like on the top here we have what the privacy policy labels would say the labeling should be. And on the bottom, it's what the privacy labels actually say they are. The hash marks are where they overlap, and things beyond those hash marks are where things get kind of interesting. And you can see just kind of right off the top here, I don't actually have a highlight for it, but this one right here is just like 1% of the apps that actually have it do not collect information are actually there, compared to like 36% of the apps in our data set said they actually don't collect anything, which is pretty bad. But also it gets much worse when you look at things that link to you, which is like something that you should generally be concerned about. Like this is things that are identifiable. There's also a really big gap there as well. That's the hash marks here, the lines versus the hashes. It's a pretty big difference as well. And if you look at data, like I already said, the data not collected, it's just only 4,000 apps that are somewhat honest about that, at least according to the privacy policy. And then if we look at free versus paid apps, you can see like there's supposedly a relative difference again between, like, it seems like, you know, if you paid for the app, they collect less information because you're less part of the ecosystem of like, I have a free app, they're going to sell my data to kind of make up for the fact that you're not paying for it. But when we actually look at what actually happens in the privacy policies, they're actually kind of doing roughly the same thing. So there's not as big a difference as you might expect. So we have a number of other findings that you can look at in the paper. We looked at content rating. So in the US, there is some regulation of if apps focus on children, you're supposed to have special language in your privacy policy, also how you actually manage that data. What's interesting is that many apps are content rated at +4 for various reasons, but did not have a section in their privacy policy about how they handled data for children, although it would have to specifically target children. So there's some qualifiers for that. And then we also looked at how many of these privacy policies are templates. Turns out like a huge chunk of these are templates, and that's probably why there's a big discrepancy because a lot of fly-by-night developers, like, they don't know how to create a privacy policy. They go online, what does a privacy policy look like? And then they end up with something that doesn't actually match the privacy labels that they do. So there's a real question of like, for these that are templates, like, is the privacy policy actually the thing that's not accurate or is label accurate? So there's a lot of like unknowns kind of in that, which kind of brings up a larger question of like, what is the true ground truth? It's like, actually, you might think you could just like run all these apps and figure it out. That's not as simple as it seems. So there's a lot of questions going on there. But I also want to bring up, kind of end on a small case study of one example company, which I am not going to label to because this is going to be recorded, that has do not collect. And just to kind of show you what this looks like in their privacy policy, they have like a very clear statement, when you interact with big company, we may collect personal information, yada, yada, yada. That's clearly not do not collect in any meaningful way. And this company, what they do is they actually make apps for other people, right? They're like a repackager, like buy this basic app and then we repackage it for your personal website or your personal business. And they have 8,000 apps on the App Store for all these other people that they've done, and none of them have the appropriate label, and they all point to the same privacy policy. So there's a lot of like this, a lot of things that don't work. So just to kind of wrap this all up, so Apple's privacy labels are likely misapplied, or the privacy policies are likely misapplied. There's something that's not in concert here. And there really isn't any procedures to verify the privacy labels in the App Store itself, which is kind of a problem. So there's a lot of misinformation going around. We did report our study to Apple. We sent it to their black box email address, and it went into the black hole that is Apple. So if anyone works for Apple, I'd love to talk to you more. Who knows where that email went? And we would argue that like these privacy policies offer a pretty good first check. Now, using a Polisys-like labeling system, something like we have, it's relatively low grade effort for like Apple. You could just do it as a first check, and you could say like, hey, developer, your privacy policy that you post doesn't match your privacy labels. Maybe you want to look at it again before doing like something more hardcore, like running all the apps through like a VM or doing something like that. And finally, I would argue we need better solutions all around, like better regulation, better NLP. We also need better ground truth. It's very, very hard, even with the best technology out there, to really know what apps are doing, because like, so we have some good collaborators thinking about that as well. So anyway, I just end on that point and thank my co-authors who really did all the work. I'm just here for all the glory. So thanks a lot, everyone.
Super cool work, thanks. I'm curious if you've thought about or are doing a study where you might be like actually contacting these apps that had the discrepancies and like both as a way to report the vulnerability or whatever, but also as a way to find out if they like to collect like, so hey, we have these two labels. One's from your privacy policy, one's from your thing. Which one's right? And see how they respond or if they respond.
That's a great idea. It's not on my research agenda, but I'm going to do it now. Maybe it's now in the public. So yeah, just watch out, everyone. That one's mine. Okay. Yeah. No. Let's talk later, Rachel.
Yeah. That because it sounds cool. Anyway.
Thanks for the talk. So I totally agree with you. It's not okay for a company that has one single iOS app if their privacy policy doesn't match their privacy labels on the App Store. But how would you recommend a company that has thousands of different mobile apps, web services, IoT devices, that often they use a single privacy policy to cover all those different thousands of whatever services that they provide to the users. So how would you recommend them to make sure that that single privacy policy matches their privacy labels, basically?
Yeah, so this case study I showed that like this one app, this one company, like they're just taking the same app over and over again, reskinning it. So it's like whatever the functionality of those apps are, they're somewhat universal and they all link to the same thing. So like I don't know. They should go through and update their privacy labels is really what it comes down to. And if they're not, they're potentially putting the people that they're repurposing these apps for, the customers, at some sort of jeopardy with Apple, because like there's a genuine question is like, what is the purpose of these privacy labels? Are they really for users, or are they really for Apple? Does it like give Apple some power later to say like, hey, you're violating our policy, we get to kill your app? So like I think they're actually putting not so much themselves but their customers in jeopardy with the policies of the App Store.
Okay, can we thank Adam one more time? Now, a lot of people say the answers to the problems that we've been talking about this whole conference is to have really good standards. And in fact, NIST put together one of these, the NIST Privacy Framework. However, our next speaker is going to tell us about some things that it doesn't quite solve. So Christopher Landis is from the Naval Postgraduate School, and in this work with Joshua Kroll, he's going to be presenting mitigating inference risks with the NIST Privacy Framework. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and good morning, everyone. Like you said, I'm Chris Landis. I'm a PhD student at the Naval Postgraduate School. Dr. Joshua Kroll is here as my advisor. And just as a few background points, NIST spells out as the National Institute of Standards and Technology. It's a U.S. federal agency. And about inferences, if we look back in the literature, we can find as early as at least the 1980s, some papers on protecting against inferences in statistical databases. So that's something to keep in mind. We've been, as a community, even before PETS existed, we've been looking at inferences. And then one final point is that frameworks tend to lend themselves readily to the concept of a checklist because of a tendency for us to want to fill them in and to complete them so that we can achieve whatever the objective of that framework is. So with that, I'll begin with an example of a more recent inference incident that occurred. Many of you are familiar with the Netflix prize data set. Netflix anonymized about 1/10 of its data from movie ratings and released it, and they said, hey, you can't re-identify this in mass. It's too difficult to do that because of the way we anonymized it. But some researchers, of course, did just that, as they have a reliable means of re-identifying individuals who had wrote those movie ratings. So the enablers to this re-identification was that there's a concept that because Netflix had removed the PII categories or sensitive data that like PII or even quasi-identifiers, that should be enough to help protect privacy. But then also attackers, or in this case, the researchers, were able to combine the outside information with the de-identified data. And with those two together, we're able to re-identify. So this caused some concerns with complying with privacy law, and Netflix canceled its second contest. But Netflix is not the only organization to have had some troubles with this. There are quite a few that have been made public. Here's a subset of at least those. And there's probably more incidents that have occurred and just haven't made to the public eye yet. So as we look at this problem, we understand that privacy risk management is challenging, and incidents can harm both people and the organizations too. And organizations have a legal, reputational, or altruistic reasons for wanting to do privacy well. So with these motivations, many organizations will turn to some type of guide or framework. The NIST Privacy Framework is an eminent guide, and it claims to be a comprehensive approach to organization-wide program management, privacy program management, and we ask, is it? And more we saw in the Netflix example. And then our objective here is to identify the gaps for inferences and then to form some recommendations based on the observed lessons that we have. So as we look at those incidents, the inference incidents that I had listed on a couple slides ago, we find really two types. So we split them into a taxonomy. We find re-identification inferences are all about singling out individuals in de-identified data. And the other type are operational inferences, which are all about attributes about people, and attributes about organizations. And I picked four of those incidents here that together show the essential incident structure of each type so that we can have some degree of generalizability to the other inference incidents. Of note, all four of these incidents occurred prior to NIST publishing its privacy framework. So those organizations could not have been influenced by the framework. And a bit of background about the framework, at least pertaining to this research, there are some multiple components to the framework. We're interested here in the core of the framework, which consists of those functions you see in the colored boxes, and those subdivide into categories and further into subcategories. And then the subcategories map to these cybersecurity and privacy controls in a separate document, NIST Special Publication 853, Revision 5. And the goal here is for organizations to make a judgment about their risk for each subcategory, and then to select controls that are appropriate for the organization's situation. The NIST had mapped the controls based on the input from the community contributions to the framework as those controls that organizations might find most helpful for each subcategory. And you can perhaps see here then the framework both informs and relies on a threat model that's specific to the organization. So there's one subcategory related to inferences, listed there, the CTDP-P3, and it maps to 9 controls. So we conduct a qualitative analysis here. We have those 4 incidents, and we gauge them against each of the 9 controls that are mapped to the inferences subcategory. And we determine that, if the control, the sense of the control that is implemented, then why did it fall short? And if it was not implemented or unlikely to be implemented, could it have helped? And this provides a proxy to us for determining whether the framework attends its users to the appropriate aspects to consider for identifying and mitigating inference risks. So these 36 analyses reveal really 3 themes. One, that attackers can combine outside and public information with the anonymous data. 2, that trying to protect individuals' privacy by removing personal identifiers, including PII, is sort of like a checklist, but that doesn't always relate to achieving privacy. And then thirdly, there's difficulty in translating policy into technical implementation. And you may find, if you remember from earlier, these are similar themes to what we have from the NIST, I'm sorry, from the Netflix case that I presented on the second slide. So we form 4 specifically recommendations, and this one is the second recommendation of those 4 that we have in the paper, and it's to increase the awareness and best practices of how to protect against inferences. So the framework is meant to attend focus to the risks that matter, and then prompting the people within the organization to think about the inference, the risks to those inferences. And in the paper, we provide a brand new control that we had recommended about literacy training and awareness on inferences. And then here on the example on the slide, there's some rewording that we recommend for one of the controls, and there's some others as well that we list in the paper about where you can see this control about accounting for disclosures only considers the PII, but that didn't hold up in the Netflix case or in the other cases that we have. So we said we should also account for incidents of re-identified individuals and purportedly anonymized organizational data. So there are some threat models that already incorporate inferences quite well. One of them being the Linden threat model. There was a workshop on Monday. I went, I think a few of you, I see familiar faces from that, were also in attendance there. But specifically of the 7 threat factors on there, linking, identifying, detecting, and data disclosure are all inferences are well embedded into the concepts of those threat vectors. So in the case of an organization having sensitive data and wanting to share it for some utility, what are the options? And we've got some methodological options, and we have some technological options. One, we just not release the data, but then we have the trade-off of utility that we don't get from having that data. So then there's a newer concept called functional anonymization, and Elliot and others wrote about this as a supplement to the UK anonymization risk code of practice. And if you're interested more in that, I'd recommend you take a look at their paper. And then there's the PETS. Differential privacy is quite limited in the scope of the use cases that we can use it. And we find from the literature published on the US Census Bureau's implementation of it that it's quite challenging to implement it well and in a way that it's working as intended. And then for private computation, you can think of, for example, homomorphic encryption. That's still very much in development and is difficult from a practical standpoint. There's some more ideas discussed in this morning's keynote as well. So in conclusion here, when privacy is hard and we're faced with inferences, organizations will tend to use guides to help them achieve their goals. So as we find this privacy framework can be largely helpful to organizations, I'd ask this community, what does the future of human-centered design look like for privacy frameworks like the NIST privacy framework, or privacy threat models and implementation checklists, and how those things can help us with privacy? Thank you.
I definitely want to talk to you afterwards. You mentioned the inference enablers earlier in your talk. Is there a taxonomy of influence enablers, or a generally recognized list of things, or any work that helps you understand sort of being able to look at your data to say, these are things that we should be concerned about? Because I know you're talking about the NIST privacy frameworks, but that doesn't seem to get at what you're talking about with the influence enablers.
Right. I know of no published taxonomy to say these are the ways that we can conduct inferences, unless you narrow the scope a lot, like the statistical database disclosures that I mentioned at the very outset, where we have a very narrow scope. There are some papers, and I can share those references with you later, that lists very specific options for that method. But in the broader scope of the inferences that I presented in this paper, there's no taxonomy for that. Hopefully this paper can help in that direction. The threat modeling that I mentioned, I've specifically highlighted Linden, that although it doesn't list a taxonomy, it incorporates them, these concepts in there.
Okay, and given that we are at time roughly, I think this is a good time to thank Chris. Thank you, everyone, for a wonderful session. I believe now is lunch.
was, there we go, it's actually working now. Unfortunately, the previous session chair's fallen ill, so Away's asked me to step in. So I'd like to introduce our first speaker. So this is Cyan from EPFL Switzerland. So take it away.
Hello. So yeah, I'm postdoc at EPFL, but this work that I'm going to present was in fact done as a part of my PhD at INRIA and École Polytechnique in Paris with my supervisor, Katusha. And so as we all sort of know, at least in this community, that we are today our lives are basically entangled with various sorts of location-based services. And therefore lots and lots of data, location data are being shared, well, produced, shared, and collected and used for various sorts of analytics. On the other hand, as research and technology are progressing, it's also very concerning how there's a massive surge of a bunch of privacy invasive attacks which exploit lots of information leakage from such location data that are shared. So it's kind of universally acknowledged that it's very important to protect the privacy of the shared locations. However, it's also crucial to uphold the utility of the data from all, for all the parties involved. That includes the user's utility, which is often termed as the quality of service, and that of the service providers, which is often termed as the statistical utility of the data. So in this work, we established Blahat-Hermann's algorithm, which is like a very old information theoretical algorithm, as a prime candidate for comprehensive location privacy. And we exploited a bunch of different properties that we discovered that Blahat-Hermann satisfies. And we proposed an iterative method for collecting location data, which optimizes which optimizes the triadic trade-off between the location privacy with the utility of the users and the service providers. So probably the only relevant piece of background that might be useful for following the rest of the presentation is the definition of geo-indistinguishability, which is basically a metric-based generalization of differential privacy, which was proposed a few years ago, and then it blown up. The popularity blew up because of a bunch of different good properties that it satisfies. Firstly, it's a formal standard of indistinguishability, specifically catered for location data. It is, as I say, it's generalization of differential privacy, capturing the essence of ground distance between points. It satisfies all the good things that differential privacy does, for example, compositionality. And like differential privacy, it is independent of any side knowledge that's held by the adversary. And most importantly, it is rather easy to implement. And the canonical mechanism that was proposed as a part of the paper of geo-indistinguishability was local applause. And yeah, that was until this paper was considered the state of the art for geo-indistinguishability, for guaranteeing geo-indistinguishability. However, in fact, the project started when we started finding out a major flaw in that Laplace mechanism, local Laplace that satisfies geo-indistinguishability, in that it treats the strong, that is the crowded locations, and the vulnerable, that is the geospatially isolated ones, kind of equally. So basically, if you are spending a beautiful holiday in the Caribbean and wanting to order some nice pizza around you, with a very high probability, an attacker who knows that you're on holidays will know that you're not looking for pizza whilst you're having a swim in the North Atlantic. So probably you are in Barbados. So hence it kind of, then we started investigating the problem a bit more. And now, a bit of a side note, Blahat-Hermann's algorithm was proposed much before, in 1972, for completely different reasons. It's in fact a very famous algorithm in the field of information theory, for those who are familiar with it, by Richard Blahat and Suguru Aramoto, independently, and it's mainly used for maximizing channel capacity in information theory. So we started looking at Blahat-Hermann's algorithm because we found a prior work that, as a side note of the rest of their work, which was completely done for different things, showed that, by the way, Blahat-Hermann satisfies formal geo-indistinguishability, but that ended there. So we started asking questions like, can then Blahat-Hermann's algorithm address the problems that Laplace cannot? How do Blahat-Hermann and the state-of-the-art for geo-indistinguishability compare in terms of utility? And can we use Blahat-Hermann in a sense? Can we furnish a mechanism that optimizes this three-way trade-off between privacy and utility. And first things first, we very quickly observed that, in fact, the problem of isolation is solved. So on a high level, what the Hadron does is, as opposed to Laplace, it obfuscates the locations, not around the true location kind of uniformly, but from the most crowded area to the second most crowded area and so on and so forth. And eventually it converges to that of Laplace. So that was done. Then we started looking at the statistical utility of BA and Laplace. And for that, we used something called iterative Bayesian update, which is basically an iterative expectation maximization technique in statistics. And the distance between the true prior and the estimated prior is often termed as the statistical utility of privatizing mechanism. And under this, we showed that Blatter-Moser, in fact, has a substantially better statistical utility for high privacy regime than Laplace, and eventually they become comparable. And we went on to discover another very intriguing property we could show that the Blatter-Moser algorithm and iterative Bayesian update, which again, remark, were discovered at very different times for very different purposes, addressing very different domains of mathematics, information theory and statistics respectively, are dual to each other. So you can basically get one from the other. I mean, as a mathematician, I love discovering properties. The work could have ended there. But we thought we want to discover something more, or probably use these properties to furnish something more useful, which might solve something in location privacy. So that gave birth to Privik. For the sake of time, I shall not go into detail of the working of the algorithm. Basically, it's a very sly way where we iteratively used Blatter-Moser and Ibubu to sort of like furnish a three-way optimal mechanism in the end. So whenever you do something iterative, and whenever you are a mathematician, first thing you want to do is prove convergence, which we did. And second is you want to do experiments to show that your proof is not absurd, which we did on various kinds of location data. And then we, in fact, wanted to see how good is this limit. And we showed that, in fact, we are getting quite a good estimate of the true prior under our mechanism, which basically means that we are getting a very good statistical utility. And we further showed that as a limitation, like under an adversarial setting where, let's say, adversaries are adversarial users who have no interest in complying with the mechanism are starting to report their location like faking them, dumping them in a really isolated point where honestly, genuinely isolated users are situated, then our privacy guarantees are at least as good as Laplace. So even like under an attack, we are providing privacy guarantees, which is not worse than the state of the art. So in summary, we showed that a bunch of different good comprehensive privacy properties of Blatter-Moser compared to the state of the art. We exploited, I do not know what happened. Oops. I do not know what happened. Turns out I received a call. Yeah, and we showed that we have a bunch of different, we exploited these properties to propose our iterative method for collecting location data, which we showed to be formally gender indistinguishable and more. So it satisfies gender indistinguishability and protects the isolated locations. It optimizes the quality of service of the users with respect to their privacy from an information theoretical perspective. It harbors a very high statistical utility for the service providers, and it provably converges. And I'd like to thank my PhD supervisor, Katusha, and funding is always good. So YALC Advanced Grant for supporting the work. And thank you.
So do we have any questions for the speaker? I was wondering about the computational cost of this. So does it compare sort of favorably, or is it more expensive, less expensive than prior work?
This is actually, yeah, it is more expensive. because there are two different iterations going on. One is both are iterative algorithms, Blatter motor and iterative Bayesian update, and we iterate high-level iteration over them. So computationally, it is expensive, but prior work in the sense Laplace would exclude the Blatter motor part of it. So, but the EBU will still be there. So yeah, it comes as that's a trade-off. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, further to that, could we have like a Pareto frontier where we're trading off sort of the computational cost versus the privacy and sort of pick where we want to be on that frontier?
Yeah, so basically, the more you do Blatter motor, the more you head towards the convergence, and the best, well, the optimality will be achieved in a better sense. So in theoretical realms, obviously you go towards the limit. But in practice, obviously you go up to the accuracy you want to achieve out of the optimality. So yeah, in the paper we showed that like as optimal you want to get, you can go up to that point, and then it's kind of, yeah, it's a user's choice. Yeah.
Hi, thanks for the talk. I might have just missed it, but I was curious, in the convergence plots, you see Earth movement resistance go down to 0. I was curious what the two distributions are. Like what?
The true prior, so the true prior and the estimated prior. So yeah, sorry, I didn't go into details of iterative Bayesian update. So it is basically a way to estimate a secret prior with the knowledge of the privacy mechanism and your observed privatized observations. So then what you get is this P, which approximates pi essentially, or approximates in the sense it gives you the maximum likelihood estimate of pi under the observations. And the distance between this estimated prior and the true prior, which is unknown, obviously, is we used Earth move resistance to compute this. Like,
okay, but in real life, what does the pi represent?
Prior is like the user's distributions, right? So like your data, everyone's data. Okay. That is secret. Yeah.
Thanks.
Any other questions? No? All right, thank you. If we can thank our speaker again. So next up we have James, who's from Georgia Institute of Technology, and is going to be presenting the work on snails, so single secure iteration localization.
Thank you. Yeah, so my name is James. I'll be presenting our work on secure localization. So in this work, I'll be talking about specifically visual monocular localization. So visual meaning we're talking about images, monocular meaning there's one, and localization meaning we're trying to find out where an image was taken from, given a map. In the plain text world, this is usually formulated as a nonlinear least squares optimization problem that's usually solved with gradient descent. And so just to jump to the conclusion, we're interested in introducing privacy guarantees here, and we show that you can do this with secure multi-party computation. It takes about 1 to 10 seconds per image and under 6 gigabytes per image on the data set that we measure. So what do I mean by privacy and localization? So there's two inputs, an image and a map, and then the output is the position of the camera that took the image in the map. So one example of where privacy might be useful, let's say we have a delivery robot, and this robot has a camera, it's taking pictures as it moves to localize itself, but the pictures might contain people's faces, it's navigating these private office buildings, and so they can't be shared. We consider those confidential. But then the map is owned by the building owner, and the building owner doesn't want to give unfettered access of the map to any robot that walks in the door. So we want to design a way for these two parties to interact such that the output after they interact is the position of the robot, but neither has to share their private data. What I just described is this split data setting where the inputs are split between two parties, but we also consider a computation offload setting where, for example, say the robot might have both the image and the map, but it seeks to offload the localization computation to more capable resources. So we're not the first to consider privacy and localization. Prior work is obfuscation-based, and given the nature of this work, it's appeared in like computer vision conferences. One example of this work is where they take an image, they extract features out of the image, which are these points, and then they raise the points to lines and solve the localization problem on the lines. Now, unfortunately, this was reversed. It was attacked in a different paper, and the image can be reconstructed from the line cloud. So by contrast, in this work, we seek to ascribe these privacy guarantees through secure function evaluation. Things like homomorphic encryption or secure multi-party computation. We went with secure MPC-based protocol that's secure in the semi-honest setting, and I'll give a little bit of intuition as to why that's the case. But first, let me describe a little bit about how localization works, at least in the plaintext world. So like I said, the inputs are this image and a 3D map. Features are extracted from the image, and then they are projected into the 3D map in this gradient descent loop. So there's this projection that takes place, and then the error is measured as being the difference between the projection and the ground truth. And from that, a gradient can be computed, and the pose can be updated. So the image ends up stepping around the map until the error is minimized of these point projections. So a little intuition about why homomorphic encryption is not a good approach to solve this kind of problem. These point projections make heavy use of nonlinear functions like cosine and sine. Computing the gradient requires computing a singular value decomposition, which is a very high depth computation. And it also does not have very many opportunities for SIMD, like single instruction, multiple data. And for all of these reasons, localization is not very friendly to HE schemes, specifically the arithmetic HE schemes like BGV, BFE, CKKS. It's very high depth. It would likely require bootstrapping. The SIMD or lack of SIMD operations means that the packing optimizations of these schemes don't really apply. And so for these reasons, we went with an MPC-based approach. Even MPC has a fairly high overhead for people who are familiar with it. So next, I'm going to talk a little bit about one challenge we faced when trying to execute localization under MPC. There's some other details in the paper if you're curious, like a performance comparison of two different MPC libraries, how we chose to represent the data. We present a security definition that's tailored for localization. And we also compared two different optimization algorithms, namely Gauss-Newton and Levenberg-Marquardt optimization. But next I'm going to talk about this issue we have with data dependence control flow. I know that the MPC session is running concurrently to this one, so maybe folks aren't as familiar with it. But basically you can think about it as like a black box. Say two different parties have secret inputs. They want to compute a function, and they each run this protocol. Neither has to share their inputs, but the output is learned by all or a subset of the parties. So as I mentioned before, localization is set up in this gradient descent loop. And one of the biggest problems is that the convergence rate of that loop, or of localization, leaks information about the inputs. It's data dependent. And so if I have an image and it takes me 2 gradient descent steps to localize versus 4, the parties running the protocol learn something about the quality of the inputs. And leaking that, it gives a notion about the difficulty of the geometry of the problem. And that's not something that we can simulate, and it's something we have to fix. So commonly what's done in these settings is a fixed number of iterations is set. In the case of localization, the open source libraries use 20 gradient descent steps before they stop and give up. And maybe that's okay for one image, but if you think about my robot example, this is happening on frames of a video. And so if you look at this over time, there's a lot of wasted work that's happening as the number of iterations is padded out to this upper bound. So what we'd really like to do is split the images and only execute the number of steps that we need on each one, the number of gradient descent steps. So what we propose doing in this work is instead of breaking the boundary of our garbled circuit or our secure function evaluation at the boundary of each image, we break it at the boundary of each gradient descent step. And in doing so, it actually hides how many images were used as input for the party who doesn't have the image. So at a high level, what we've done here is we've increased the round complexity of the protocol. More of these rounds have to be executed. There's more communication that needs to happen. But the average number of iterations on each image is decreased by a lot. And there's some caveats there that there has to be a stream of images, and there's this lower bound now of gradient descent steps that need to happen. But assuming those are satisfied, there's some improvements that we see. So it's probably not super surprising when you're not doing all this extra work. The runtime of the protocol goes down by a lot. We measured 2 orders of magnitude. In this graph, we're actually looking at 2 different optimization algorithms, Gauss-Newton and Levenberg-Marquardt. I didn't talk about those, but the difference between the 2 sets of lines are when you have to do all of these iterations padded out to 20 versus when you just have to execute what you need, as you would if these were sequential frames in a camera sequence. So yeah, in summary, this work, we show how to localize on a secret image and map. We draw our security properties from secure function evaluation as opposed to the prior obfuscation-based approaches. It takes about 1 to 10 seconds per image, or 25 to 100 megabytes per feature pair per iteration. That works out to be, in practice, under 6 gigabytes of data. The code's available on GitHub, and we also built a prototype robot in the shape of a snail that actually runs this protocol and drives around. And if you make some reasonable assumptions about what the displacement distance of the robot can be before it needs to flies, you find out that it moves just about at the speed of a garden snail. And that's it. Thank you so much.
Any questions for the speaker? You don't want me asking all of them. So an initial question. You're using gradient descent. Is there any chance you're going to get stuck in local optimas? And if so, like you've reduced the number of steps that you're taking. I mean, doing like simulated annealing is the complete opposite.
Yeah, that's a great question. The convergence properties of this are the same as of the plain text algorithm. So we haven't really modified that too much. That's actually a really important direction of future work is like, if you're familiar with like crypto nets and the NPC world, like what is that for localization? How can we change localization to be more amenable to these general purpose secure function evaluation techniques? And so, while that's true, actually one of my co-authors, Andre, he has a paper about how do you prove that the output of localization is the minima. And so, maybe those techniques can be applied under some privacy preserving context.
Good.
Thanks for the talk. You said, so at the moment your prototype is like moving at the speed of a snail. Like, do you see that you could also move much faster, or is like the overhead of the image processing just too slow? And if that's like kind of the bottleneck at the moment, what do you think? Like, how, in what amount of time is that going to be like feasible for real world application that's fast enough?
Yeah, that's a great question. In this work, we're using the half-gates protocol. There's some improvements to that have happened since we started working on this. And that's in like the MPC domain. And so like a faster protocol from there would kind of apply here. But also, yeah, I don't know how realistic it is to expect this kind of thing to work for like AR or autonomous vehicles, things that have really tight timing constraints. We initially were kind of targeting this problem, like an offline problem, where say I have a video from a drone that I took and I want to figure out the flight path of the drone. So that's all run offline. There's not really timing requirements, and so it's less important how long it takes. And then we found we can do it at the speed of a slow-moving robot, which that was a big step for us. But compared to like prior work, the security properties of this approach are much more robust. And so that was kind of first and foremost, and we're hoping the performance will follow.
Any further questions? Clearly we need more coffee. Right, lovely. Let's thank our speaker again. So next up we have Rachel from the University of Washington, who is going to be telling us some privacy threats concerns of commercial satellites.
Hey, hello, everyone. Thank you for being here. My name is Rachel McCamus, and I'm a PhD student at the University of Washington. And today I'll be presenting on Over Fences and Into Yards, Privacy Threats and Concerns of Commercial Satellites. This work is in collaboration with Matthias Sim, Mia Bennett, and Yoshi Kono. So most of us are probably familiar with satellite images through applications like Google Earth. We can use these products to zoom in over our homes out of curiosity, but satellites have many more use cases than just that. They can help identify illegal activity, and the photo here shows a satellite image confirming illegal fishing. Satellite imagery also might be used for military and defense purposes, such as finding a North Korean submarine that was intended to be hidden under awning. Agriculture is another use case of satellite imagery, both to plan crops and monitor plant health with infrared. And the financial industry also uses satellite imagery to inform their investment strategies, like monitoring the number of cars in a grocery store parking lot to predict quarterly sales. In this work, we focus on commercial satellites. Commercial satellites are satellites not owned by the government that can sell data to many different customers, both inside and outside of the government. They can even sell data to you or me as individuals, which I'll get to later. While there are many forms of data that commercial satellites can collect, we focus on satellites that take images. So we've just seen some common use cases of satellite imagery, but what privacy implications might commercial satellite imagery have? What if satellite imagery was used to inspect people's activities in their backyards across time? What if it was used to track a car over time? What if it was used to track where a person is across time and that individual was tracked multiple times per day? While some of these use cases might not be fully possible today due to resolution constraints, they may be possible in the future. Before continuing, you should be familiar with some terms. Spatial resolution is the smallest dimension on the Earth's surface that can represent 1 pixel in an image. The upper right photo shows an image by the commercial satellite company Maxar at 15 centimeter spatial resolution. Temporal resolution is the frequency at which images are taken of a particular location. The highest temporal resolution available today is 15 times per day or even higher. And while we focus on just RGB images that are pretty much perpendicular to the ground in this work, this is not the only format that imagery is collected in. Off-nadir images are images taken away from perpendicular, like the one on the lower right. And synthetic aperture radar, or SAR, has night vision and can pierce through cloud cover. We believe that satellite imagery can and will impact privacy of the individual. Factors like spatial frequency, temporal frequency, and the amount of spectrums available are all increasing. In fact, even short satellite videos are becoming available. At the same time, the cost of satellite imagery is decreasing significantly, and the legislation and regulation on satellite imagery in countries like the United States are relaxing. For example, the US has recently relaxed the regulation on the most detailed spatial resolution that commercial satellite companies can sell. And to attest to the decreasing costs and the increasing ease of purchasing satellites, I was able to purchase a 75 centimeter resolution commercial satellite image over our university for just $175. Even a year before purchasing that, the minimum purchase price ranged from $5,000 to $15,000. And while we believe that satellite images can negatively impact individuals' privacy, they also pose benefits to society. To understand these trade-offs, we ask, what factors influence privacy versus utility considerations of satellite imagery? And with the considerations from research question 1 in mind, we aim to also answer question 2, which is, what possible approaches are there to protect an individual privacy against commercial satellite imagery? On to the methodology. To answer our research questions, we split our procedure into 2 main steps. First is the pre-study. The pre-study consists of a brainstorming exercise with security and privacy experts and non-experts. We use this exercise to generate potential privacy concerns of commercial satellite imagery, and we use thematic analysis for this step. The second phase is our main study. We use the concerns found in the pre-study to construct an online survey of United States residents. We focused on the United States because we wanted to understand how U.S. residents' responses and concerns compared to current U.S. commercial satellite regulation. And we also focus on them because the U.S. has shown initiative in pioneering satellite regulation, such as committing to not perform direct-descent anti-satellite missile testing. And we used Amazon MTurk to recruit respondents. We screened potential respondents for quality based on their past task performance. And for analysis, we used grounded theory and independent samples t-tests. We collected demographic data along axes of gender, age, race, and U.S. political affiliation. Our participant demographics skewed towards male, young, white, and Democrat. So for our results, to summarize respondents' awareness of imaging practices, only around a third of them have heard of commercial satellites before this study. The guesses as to the cost of a single image ranged from $1 to $20 million. And the true temporal resolution capabilities of satellite imagery companies were higher than the average guess. This leads us to our first takeaway, which is that privacy expectations of satellite imagery do not necessarily align with commercial satellite privacy violations. We also asked respondents in free response form potential benefits and harms of commercial satellite imagery. For benefits, 21% of respondents mentioned mapping as a use case, and other benefits included real estate and infrastructure planning, targeted advertising, compliance and crime detection, emergency response, and studying natural phenomena. For harms, 52% of respondents used the words private or privacy in their responses without being primed with any mention of privacy or negative use cases of commercial satellite imagery. Other harms included facilitating crimes, unwanted advertising, surveillance and/or stalking, natural resource misuse, and incorrect identification of objects or people in an image. From these results, it's clear that participants are concerned about privacy issues with satellite imagery. Secondly, there is disagreement on whether applications are beneficial or harmful, as exemplified by advertising being mentioned as both a benefit and a harm. Based on these findings in our brainstorming session, we show respondents a set of entities that could have access to satellite images, as well as locations and activities that might be imaged. The column values are equal to the percent of the particular demographic group who find a use case acceptable. Overall, women were less comfortable than men with commercial satellite imagery for the use cases we posed. And Democrats were overall less comfortable than Republicans with imaging. These differences were statistically significant. So let's look at what people thought about whether the finance industry should be allowed to use satellite imagery. 37% overall said that they should, but only 29% of women said they should, versus 42% of men. And 32% of Democrats thought the finance industry should be allowed to use satellite imagery versus 53% of Republicans. Thus, imaging acceptability varies by use case, and there's no universal agreement on any one use case. Summarizing the resolutions participants were comfortable with, 41% are comfortable with 1 centimeter spatial resolution, which is higher than commercial satellite capabilities today. At the same time, 36% are not comfortable with images of themselves more than yearly, which is much lower than commercial satellite capabilities today. This shows that many are not comfortable combining high spatial and high temporal resolutions together, which means that the capabilities of commercial satellites today are not deemed acceptable by many respondents. After conditioning with positive and negative use cases that could violate individual privacy, we asked respondents about their general preferences towards satellite image access. Only 12% believe images should be available to everyone for free. 68% believe access to images should cost money and depend on the use case, which is common practice in the US today. Some believe paywalls on imagery will prevent abuse, while some believe that paywalls will promote abuse. And these results are interesting because the current trends in the geography field and geospatial data today are that image access should be free to everyone. So given these findings, what approaches can we take that consider the potential privacy and utility trade-offs of commercial satellite imagery? So multiple groups can work to handle these privacy utility trade-offs, including regulators and legislators. Many respondents suggested potential solutions to mitigate privacy harms of satellite imagery without being prompted. Therefore, we think it could be helpful for regulators and legislators to seek input from the public. We also suggest mosaicing images for some use cases, where small patches of images from slightly different times are patched together. That way there isn't as much time specificity and it could make tracking people less precise. Another idea is to delay image release, again, to mitigate tracking and to prevent commercial satellite imagery being used for real-time combat, which is also a preference of the geography field. And lastly, there could be some logging mechanism to track who requested what image. We as researchers can also be involved. Researchers should explore sensing types beyond just perpendicular RGB images. We should also inspect off-nadir images and synthetic aperture radar, which I both mentioned earlier. And satellite data does not exist in a silo. We should understand the privacy implications of complementing satellite imagery with other types of data. And we should also understand how machine learning might exacerbate privacy concerns or potentially even help mitigate them. And comparative work is necessary so that we can understand the views of people outside of the US. And companies and designers should also be involved. They should weigh the privacy utility trade-offs of the solutions that they provide. And there could also be mechanisms to request removal from all images. This is of course challenging since being removed from one country's set of images doesn't imply you will be removed from all of them. And we discuss many more approaches and their challenges in the paper. Overall, there's insufficient awareness about commercial satellite imagery. People's privacy expectations and preferences often conflicted with current and future commercial satellite practices. And many stakeholders can work to mitigate potential harms of satellite imagery while maintaining their benefits. Thank you for listening.
Thanks for the talk. I have one question on the survey results page with the male, female, Democrat, Republican breakdown. I was curious about like how the different, how the different entities were chosen. Like, is this based on the share of which ones use satellite imagery the most?
So I think this was, you mean the axes of these particular demographics, why we chose to analyze by those?
Oh no, sorry, like the entities, like agriculture. Like,
yes. So the entities that we chose were based on the first portion of the study, which was a brainstorming exercise between security and privacy experts and also non-experts. And we got a lot of people's opinions, and we also did our own brainstorming exercises, me and my advisor and other authors on this paper, to generate a set of potential issues. And also the paper shows a kind of, we created two code books, one for the activities that might be concerning, and then also one for certain privacy metrics that people were concerned about. For example, some activity maps to like being able to detect motion or what kind of activity someone's doing. So if you have, basically we just, I think, did I address your question?
No, it's fair.
Actually, more of a curiosity. You worked on imagery, but you cited also other possible types of data that can be provided by commercial satellites. Since I'm not an expert, I was curious about what other types of data are available via commercial satellites.
Yes. I'm certainly not an expert either. We did have a geographer on this paper, and we also had a psychologist who helped with the survey results. But there are different types of data such as, so the synthetic aperture radar is interesting. It's still imagery, but you can detect different textures. You can potentially detect metal military bunkers that are hidden underground, whereas you wouldn't be able to do that with RGB images. And I think that's one of the main ones that I'm concerned about now. And then part of the reason we chose to focus on imagery was because it would be simpler to ask people questions about that too and have them conceptualize it.
So can I ask a question about, so there's been a lot of new entrants to space recently, so that potentially might not fall under sort of like the category of sort of like commercial satellite providers, where, I don't know, the cost of launching a satellite with a small CubeSat that'll be able to do some surveillance. How do you think people will be sort of viewing these kinds of systems? As well, they might be challenging to regulate as well.
Yes, I think they are challenging to regulate. How they view them, it pretty much depends on whether they're aware. I personally wasn't even aware of commercial satellite imagery pretty much a year before I started this project. So I think that's one of the things that we should address.
Cool, thank you very much. I believe our next speaker, Pietro, is a recorded talk.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Satoshi Ancalepore. I am an assistant professor at the Eindhoven University of Technology in the Netherlands. Today, I am presenting you a work carried out together with a master student I supervise, Siva Ganesh Ganti, in collaboration with the Technology Innovation Institute in Abu Dhabi. The name of the work is Selective Authenticated Pilot Location Disclosure for Remote ID-Enabled Drone. This is an agenda of what I'm talking about. First, a little context and motivation for our research. Then I will present the system model, our solution in a nutshell, some security consideration, and some highlights from our extensive performance assessment. To then conclude with conclusions and future work. The context of our research is the one of unmanned aerial vehicles, also known as drones. You probably know that today they are increasingly adopted in several application scenarios, including smart city and search and rescue, for example, and the number of deployed drones is increasing every year, posing concerns also on the regulatory entities that have to arrange the traffic of these drones together, for example, with other flying vehicles like aircraft, and so creating concerns about their tracking and accountability of their operation. To this aim, several aviation authorities, for example, the FAA in 2023 for the US and the EASA for the European Union in 2024, enforced regulations for basically accountability of drone operations. These regulations are called remote identification regulations, and they involve the plain text disclosure of drone information over wireless channels. They can be Wi-Fi or Bluetooth. For the aim of this work, that's Wi-Fi. This information includes drone identity, location, and pilot location, just to name a few of this information. Of course, this information can be sensitive. In particular, in this work, we focus on the pilot location, because especially for commercial operations or for drone flights very close to country borders, the disclosure of the location of the pilot of the drone can be particularly sensitive. The pilot can be immediately localized, and the overall business or the mission of the drone can be threatened through the disclosure of such information. A naive solution to this problem would be to encrypt, basically, the location shared in the remote ID messages through a shared symmetric key. But this solution has no flexibility. Whenever someone else would like to see the location disclosed by the drone, it needs to have this key. And the problem of key distribution, that is the classical problem of a symmetric encryption, will basically prevent any meaningful disclosure of the pilot location in a confidential way. This leads to our main research question. Can we design a protocol for efficient real-time pilot location privacy together with message authentication, that is one of the main requirements for a secure remote ID deployment, in a standalone RID-compliant solution working on board of a drone? This is not a naive question, an easy question to be answered, because there are several challenges and requirements to consider. First, you have to consider that drones are characterized by heterogeneous processing capabilities. We have high-end drones, but also very low-end drones. which has also very limited energy availability, ranging from a max of 30 minutes, but also to a mean of even 7 minutes. So the solution should be very energy friendly. At the same time, since we want a solution that is compliant with remote ID, we have to consider the constraints imposed by remote ID. Remote ID forces drones to broadcast those messages once every second, and static data like the pilot location should be recomputed every 3 seconds. So you disclose it every second and it should change at least every 3 seconds, recomputed. Moreover, remote ID messages should not be fragmented. Otherwise, we have a reliability problem that can affect this broadcast transmission. So the max dimension of every remote ID packet should not exceed 2,304 bytes. That is the MQ of Wi-Fi. To solve this problem, in our paper, in our work, we consider two main building blocks, CPABE and Schnorr signal. CPABE, that is ciphertext attribute-based encryption, it's about the encryption of plain text using an access policy defined over a set of attributes. In brief, receivers can decrypt the ciphertext only if they own an attribute set satisfying the access policy encoded in the disclosed message. There are 4 phases: setup, keygen, encrypt, and decrypt. And theoretically, this could be a solution that solves the problem of the naive solution, the flexibility. The problem is that CPABE operations typically are costly because they involve pairing operations that are particularly heavy to be executed, specifically on constrained drones. For the signature problem, the building block that we use is Schnorr signatures that are kind of famous in the constrained network application domains because they are compact signature that can trade off computational complexity with bandwidth requirements. Also, this solution has never been applied in the context of drones, and in particular for broadcast transmission originated by constrained devices. We put everything together and we created a solution that we call SNEL. You can see here the logic of our solution. For the details, you can go on the specific paper. What is here? The drone creates and generates a nonce and encrypts this nonce, that is a random number, using CPABE. We have a ciphertext. We take it for the next phase. Then we take the nonce, the plain text nonce, and we generate a symmetric key starting from the nonce. We use this symmetric key to symmetrically encrypt the pilot location using a symmetric encryption algorithm. This can be, for example, the AES algorithm. Then we sign the all remote ID message, so including not only our encrypted pilot location, but also the other fields using the Schnorr signature scheme. We put everything together and we deliver what we call a secure read message. Any observer that is an entity interested in recovering the message, the contents of the message delivered by the drone, first verifies the Schnorr signature of the message, ensuring the authenticity of the message. Then, to recover the pilot location, it first decrypts the ciphertext using CPABE. This is possible only if you have a set of attributes satisfying the access policy. Using this, you obtain the nonce. You generate the symmetric key through a simple key derivation function, the same used by the drone. You obtain the symmetric key that you need, and then you apply symmetric decryption on the encrypted pilot location that is in the message to recover the pilot location. This is the scheme SNEL that in practice is using a hybrid form of CPABE. This particular technique is also useful for the application of our solution on constrained devices, since all CPABE operations in principle can be pre-computed or can be accelerated offline. That's the property that makes this solution particularly useful for application on constrained devices. First, we verified the security of our solution. We did not do an actual formal analysis using proofs because we were using standard building blocks, but we used a tool that is Proverif that is particularly indicated where you combine building blocks in a way that is new. We proved that our solution is able to achieve pilot profession disclosure, robustness to impersonation, and to modification of the message. It can mitigate replay attacks. And we also discuss in the paper the robustness of our solution to per-day attacks and to asynchronous attribute revocation. You can find the code that we implemented for Snell Improvery on this link that you can find also in the paper. A significant part of our work was also the performance assessment. We deployed our solution on two relevant devices, two actual drones. The first one is a kind of medium-end drone, the Lumineer QView Air, that is using in practice as its own core a Raspberry Pi. The second one is a very constrained drone, an ESP32 drone that, as a core, is using the ESP32 microprocessor. The most interesting feature of this microprocessor is the ability to run two separate processors at the same time. For that, we developed three different implementation strategies: fully precomputed, partially precomputed, and parallel computation. In the fully precomputed, we precomputed all the parameters of CPAB. In the partially precomputed, we accelerated the operation to the precomputation of only some parameters. In the parallel computation, we do everything at runtime by using the two cores that are provided by the ESP32. Both implementations are publicly available. These are the links, and you can find them in the paper. There is an extensive performance assessment in the paper. Here, there are some highlights that I want to share with you. First, the picture on the left, that is the overhead of the solution by the message overhead, the bandwidth overhead of the solution by increasing the number of attributes in the policy. You remember that we have the constraint that is that we don't want to exceed a single Wi-Fi message. With different curves, the overhead changes slightly, but in any case, we can include in the pocket up to 20 policy with up to 22 attributes. That's particularly efficient, especially for complex scenarios. The other two graphs here show the execution time of our solution and the energy consumption on the most constrained deployment, that is the one on the ESP32. From the graph, from the figure in the middle, you can see that as for the execution time, for all the computation strategies implemented, we are below the limit of 3 seconds. That is the limit imposed by the remote ID regulation. For the energy consumption, especially if you look at the y-axis here on the right, you see that even in the worst case, we consume always less than the 0.0035% of the battery that is included together with the ESP32 drone. So our solution, independently from the specific configuration, is also particularly efficient. Just to notice here that as for the execution time, the parallel computed version is the quickest, while for the energy consumption, the parallel computed version consumes a little bit more because you need the energy to run two processors at the same time. More details are in the paper. Just to highlight our work now, that is an integration between CPAB and Share Signature for broadcast remote ID. We verified the security of our solution, and we extensively assessed its performance. With the most demanding configuration, we always consume a negligible proportion of the battery. In the future, we want to integrate Snell with other privacy-preserving solutions for other fields of the remote ID message, for example, identity and location disclosure. For any questions, I am here to answer your concerns. Thank you.
So hopefully we have the speaker. Are there any questions? I have one if are they online? Oh, lovely.
Yeah.
So for the ESP32, were you making sure to use sort of the hardware acceleration capabilities of the chip? And just wondering sort of like what kind of performance difference you might have observed, for example, if maybe your microprocessor doesn't have those capabilities?
Yes, thanks for the question. That's a significant capability that your microprocessor needs to have because CPAB is notoriously heavy from the computational perspective. So our processors, the ESP32, has a cryptographic accelerator that you can use to speed up computation that we used to speed up computations. without using the hardware accelerator, there is no way to stay below the limit of 3 seconds. The only way that you have is to fully pre-compute everything. So basically to trade off the computational overhead that you get with some memory overhead. This means that whatever drone that has to implement this solution needs to have a cryptographic accelerator, especially if this solution needs to be used in the other two configurations, the parallel computed on the or the partially pre-computed. That's a requirement for sure.
Any questions from the audience? All right, lovely. We can thank our speaker again then.
Thank you.
So next up we have Vincent from Imperial College London, and he'll be presenting work on a zero auxiliary knowledge membership inference attack on aggregate location data.
Hi everyone, my name is Vincent Guan and I'll be presenting a zero auxiliary knowledge membership inference attack on aggregate location data. This was work done by the Computational Privacy Group at Imperial College London, co-written with Florent Guépin, Anna-Maria Crétu, and Yves-Alexandre de Montjoie. To start off, aggregate location data is composed of individual location traces from some population. So in this case, it's visualized for New York City. Formally, we could represent each individual location trace as a binary matrix in space and time. And the corresponding aggregate would just be the sum of these matrices for that given population. Aggregate location data is a multi-billion-dollar industry fueled by many different applications. In the last few years, it's seen prevalent use for COVID-19 data analysis. However, even though aggregate data does not reveal individual level records, it can still be vulnerable to privacy threats. In particular, it can still be vulnerable to membership inference attacks. In these attacks, given some released aggregate and some target individual, an adversary may be armed with some auxiliary knowledge, tries to infer whether or not the target's data was used in the aggregation process. The reason why we care about this in the case of location data is because location data is often processed alongside very sensitive attributes. For example, researchers at Oxford studied how people's mobility changed following COVID-19 vaccination. So in this case, a successful MIA could reveal someone's vaccination status. In another high-profile case in the United States, a Catholic priest was forced to resign after he was outed as homosexual. This happened after his personal location data was correlated to location data from Grindr, which is a popular dating app among the LGBTQ+ community. So given all this, we think it's very important that we have to understand what the realistic risk of these MIAs are in practice when we use aggregate location data every day. The problem is that previous MIAs that were developed in this setting require extensive auxiliary knowledge just to run the attacks and therefore don't represent a realistic threat. So let's delve into this. The first and still the state-of-the-art MIA on aggregate location data was the knock-knock MIA from a few years ago. Just to run the attack, they require not just the target trace, but the traces of hundreds, if not thousands, of other people that may be included in the aggregate. So this is highly unrealistic because the entire point of aggregation is to avoid revealing individual level traces. The way they use this information to run the attack is to train a membership classifier. So some of the time, they'll take the target trace, add it with other traces from auxiliary knowledge, and create an in aggregate. The other half of the time, they'll just sample from their auxiliary knowledge, exclude the target, and have an out aggregate. We'll do this a bunch more times to get comprehensive training data, and then they can fit a machine learning membership classifier and finally be ready to predict whether the target was part of the release aggregate or not. The way that we want to model a realistic adversary, however, is we want to get rid of the assumption that the adversary knows all of these individual location traces. To do so, we suggest that an adversary may be able to replace real traces with synthetic traces. Moreover, we suggest that an adversary may be able to generate these traces directly from the aggregate. In other words, the aggregate may be used to attack itself. The second way that we propose to make the MIA more realistic is at the level of the target's trace. Instead of requiring that they know the entire location history of the target, maybe they only know a few confirmed visits. So now the question becomes, how can we generate good enough synthetic traces? Well, it turns out that in previous work actually done by our research group, we can generate synthetic traces using just a few inputs. We need to know, first of all, how the visits are distributed across different times, so the time marginal. We need to know the same thing, but across different spaces. We need to know the activity marginal, which is how the total number of visits per user is distributed across the population. And finally, we need to know the physical locations, longitude, latitude of the locations of interest, so that we could represent them in a kind of graph, in this case, a Delaunay triangulation. So let's go through this from start to finish. In our threat model, we have a released aggregate and we have a target trace, but our adversary only knows part of their trace. So in order to perform membership inference, they need to generate their own training data using the aforementioned technique. To do this, they need to estimate the inputs directly from the estimate from the aggregate. And after this, they can generate as many synthetic traces as they want to train a membership classifier and finally predict membership of the target. So now the only thing left to explain is how can we estimate the corresponding inputs or marginals from the aggregate. Well, when we look in aggregate, we see it actually already contains granular information about the spaces and times. So we can just sum the rows and the columns, normalize, and these are already pretty good estimates for the space and time marginals. For the activity marginal, we could first estimate the mean number of visits per user by taking the sum of the counts in the aggregate and dividing it by the size of the population. And then after this, we can parameterize some probability distribution, for example, a heavy tail distribution or an exponential. Things become more complicated if we consider the case where the data collector applies additional privacy measures. So what could they do? One thing they could do is they could try to protect user privacy by hiding vulnerable visits. So they could suppress small counts. What this means is they could, for every entry that has less than k visits or equal to k visits, they could report a 0 instead, or they could simply just apply differentially private noise. So now what happens? What we see in the case of suppression of small counts is quite intuitive, which is that the popular locations and times will be less likely to be suppressed than the rarer ones. This introduces a systematic bias in favor of the popular counts. To deal with this, we try to compress the range. So you can see here that the direct estimate in orange has the highest peaks and the lowest troughs. So to get a better estimate, we apply a logarithmic transformation to compress the signal, and you can see that this automatic transformation does quite a good job. In the case of differentially private noise addition, we see a similar but opposite trend. So we see here that adding more and more noise has a kind of democratizing effect on the observed margins. The reason for this is because even though the noise itself has 0 mean, we know that counts can't be negative. This means that rarer locations and times have less to fall on average compared to more popular ones. So we now want to do the opposite. We want to stretch out the signal to get a better correction. And to do this, we apply a power transformation on the space of probabilities. Okay, so now that we've thoroughly explained our methodology, we would like to evaluate our MIA. In particular, the question we want to answer is, can a zero auxiliary knowledge membership inference attack compete against the knock-knock MIA, which has access to thousands of real traces? To do this evaluation, we consider 2 main data sets. Our first data set is a call detail record data set, where locations and times are sent to cell phone towers. And our second data set is a public Twitter data set based on geotag tweets from Milan. To do our evaluation, we take 50 random targets per data set, and we consider aggregates of size 1,000 people, which matches the maximal setting from the knock-knock papers. So let's go into it. The first experiment we do is we see what happens if the aggregator suppresses small counts. So the first takeaway we notice is that in all our evaluated settings, we see that our zero knowledge membership inference attack is able to perform at the same level as a knock-knock MIA. And this is despite the fact that it uses only synthetic traces rather than requiring real ones. The other main takeaway that we have is that in the case where there is no privacy mechanism whatsoever, which is the k equals 0 case, we see that both attacks on both data sets have perfect discrimination with AUC1. This implies the membership inference could be quite trivial if there's no privacy mechanisms done on the aggregates. In our second experiment, we do the same thing, but we now consider what happens if the aggregator adds noise. So we were first motivated by what applications of DP were done by other people. So in particular, we looked at event level differential privacy and also user day level. And then we considered different budgets of epsilon, ranging from 0.1 to 10. And again, the main takeaway we see is that in all of these settings, our zero knowledge MIA is still able to compete against the knock-knock MIA. In particular, we still see that in many of these settings, we see that both MIAs can still perform extremely well with AUC above 0.8 or even 0.9. This shows that even if we apply differential privacy, MIAs could still perform effectively if we don't add enough noise. In our very last experiment, we now see what happens if the adversary has less knowledge about the target trace. So in this setting, we consider what happens if in a non-trivial setting, so we have epsilon equals 1 for event level DP, and we see what happens if the adversary only knows part of the target trace. And strikingly, we see that even when they only know 10% of the visits done by the target, the adversary can still achieve quite a high AUC in this non-trivial privacy setting. So we have AUC above 0.8 on the CDR dataset. And this is even true for our zero knowledge MIA. So in conclusion, what have we shown? We've shown that there's a new approach to doing MIAs where we can view the aggregate as not just something to attack, but also as a source of adversarial knowledge that can be used to attack itself. And in embracing this approach, we've shown that MIAs on aggregate location data are definitely a realistic threat that people need to consider when they're dealing with aggregate location data because of the fact that our MIA, the zero knowledge MIA, can still perform effectively without any auxiliary data set of real traces, and also even with partial information about the target. And this is all on non-trivial data settings. So to deal with this, there's a few important takeaways. We think, first of all, that practitioners need to use stricter differential privacy implementations than currently used in order to have the guarantees necessary to protect users. And the second thing that we propose is that practitioners should use MIAs such as knock-knock and the zero-knowledge MIA as not a new tool to try to maximize the utility versus privacy trade-off. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for a nice talk. First of all, I have a comment and then I have a couple of questions. I don't know how many questions I'm allowed to ask, but let's see. So my comment is, I appreciate that you have a weaker adversary model, but I don't think that the fact that adversaries do get access to location data of people is a strong assumption because you can buy them online. I mean, it's not even expensive. So while of course your attack is much stronger than prior work, I think the assumption of prior work is pretty fine actually. So that's just a comment. And maybe two questions that I have. First of all, three maybe. So first of all, sorry, you were mentioning that. So maybe in your experiment, how do you choose the victims? So I guess that you didn't test for all of the entities or all of the individuals in the database, but I guess you chose victims somehow. And now if I'm living in the woods somewhere and I go there every night, and you have like several days of traces, then I'm probably also not there only once, so you wouldn't cut me out, but still I would be the only person that goes to this place probably, right? So that's why I would be interested how you choose your victims. Secondly, did you try to investigate what it is that gives away the identity, like what happened, why does identity disclosure happen? And then maybe quickly, thirdly, yes, as a third question, on your plot on slide 24, you outperform prior work. Can you explain? So in 0.75, you seem to outperform your prior work, right? Can you explain how that is there an explanation for that?
Thanks for all the remarks. I'll do my best. So first of all, I'll try to address your first comment that you can just buy individual records. Well, so first of all, if we have an aggregate release, we think it's unlikely that it'd be accompanied by individual records, because although it's true they can buy things for individual records, location data is very specific to the locations of interest and the times. So they need to take place over the same times in the same region. So you can buy traces, but you can buy traces from like Tokyo, but it won't help you do an MIA on New York City. You need to have pretty specific ones. Okay, sure. Okay, there's a few other questions, so I'll just try to plow through. I think the first question was, what allows the attack to succeed? Well, we think that the main thing is that people move in pretty consistent but unique ways. So I think you mentioned, like what if you're the only person living in the woods? Well, if you're consistently registering visits there, then, and if the aggregate also has a signal, then this would obviously help. And we think that this is true to a certain extent for most people. And if you have a backdrop of noise, like even if you have 1 million people, we've seen previously in other papers that that fingerprint is enough. And you can still see that fingerprint over a backdrop of a lot of people. So we think it's quite robust in that sense. You asked how the targets were chosen. The targets were chosen randomly. I have a graph. There were 50 random targets, and I just showed the size, so the number of visits per. So people tweeted a lot less than they sent texts. So you can see this is a distribution, and yeah, it's mostly, you can see the heavy tail distribution. There's a few stragglers that are dragging up the average, which is typical. And these were randomly chosen. Sorry, I can't remember the third question. Why do we outperform? So here, I mean, we think that, like, I wouldn't consider this honestly to be outperforming. Like it's basically within like 0.001. It could be due to random fluctuations. I mean, the main thing we think is that as long as the traces are good enough and representative, then any attack should still do well.
Thank you for the talk. I was curious, so in the knock-knock baseline, are synthetic traces like part of the input in that data set? And if not, should they be? Because the attacker's model, or the model of your attacker is, they have these real data sets, and then could they not augment that real set with synthetic data? And do you have any intuition onto how a combined, the combined data set would do?
Yeah, it's a really good question. So one thing that we want to point out also, which is a limitation of the knock-knock model, is you need at least as many traces as the size of the aggregate. You need to draw the samples to create your own training aggregates. And what we noticed actually was that, so to do a fair comparison, we create as many synthetic traces as a knock-knock attacker has. But in one of our experiments, we showed that you can simply just generate more traces, because a zero-knowledge person can just generate as many traces they want. And there's a certain crossing point, at least in certain scenarios, where just by generating more traces, you can match or even supersede the attack. And that kind of, I think, ties into your question, which is you could just generate more synthetic traces and get better performance. Similarly, we think, like we haven't tested this yet, but we think that if you were to augment real traces with synthetic ones, you should also benefit. You just get more training data, more variation. But no, it's a great point. And a hybrid attack could also be tested. We think more and more MIAs, like more assessment, would just be a good thing. to try to see kind of what the risk would be.
I'm going to be cheeky and also ask one final question. Did you validate the realism of the synthetic traces that you generated, and is it important?
Yeah, that's a fantastic question. So one thing, we were actually unsure if this technique would work because of the fact that, here, actually, I don't know if I have time to do this.
1 minute.
1 minute? Okay. Forget it. I was going to go through how we generate the traces, but some of the properties they have are not completely realistic, but the main thing is they're used as a backdrop. So they capture, when you add them all together, even though individually don't make the most sense, they don't capture how people move. When you add them all in an aggregate, they capture these consistent patterns in space and time. And this is what enables the attack to work. We think that you can use other more sophisticated models too, but this one clearly suffices.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. So next up we have Eric, our final speaker from UNSW Sydney, and he'll be presenting a SOC paper on can trajectory generation combine privacy and utility?
Yeah, hello. I'm from the UNSW Sydney and also working with CISA as well, and I would like to give you an introduction into trajectory privacy. So we'll start with a story about privacy. You probably know why privacy is important, but still to give you an idea of a case from Reddit. Here is a person, and this person moved to New York City because they always dreamt of driving one of these yellow cabs because they saw them all the time in Hollywood. And this obviously creates traces because, for example, we have every trip of the taxi driver. And then researchers come along and ask, hey, can we have these traces from a company, for example, and they get released? For example, their taxi data sets from Beijing, there are some from New York City, and then you get something like this. So here we see the trace from our person on a random day, and you have the latitude, longitude information, which is obviously a lot more exact in real life, and you have usually timestamps, which might also be more exact. And now what someone actually did from Reddit is they looked at one of these taxi data sets from New York City, and they also looked at the prayer times of the Muslim religion. And what you can see now is that this particular driver, he always had his break during these prayer times, which allowed to infer that this person probably is a Muslim. And if you now think about having a lot of traces over multiple days, you can actually be pretty sure that this is the case. Now, you might say, well, the traces were anonymized when they were released. But as you probably all know, pseudo-anonymization is not necessarily enough. You just need one picture from a Met Gala with Sydney Sweeney, then you can maybe see the taxi driver on this image, and you have a timestamp and location. So you know exactly which trace belongs to which taxi driver, and then we know of a particular person in real life, we know which religion they follow, which might something they don't want to have in public. So let's throw all the data away. That's a great idea. Data sparsity is amazing, but, and if we have no data, there are no breaches, but there are many use cases. You've heard about a few of them before in the session, so that's really not feasible. So, of course, a lot of people have been thinking about this since 2011. I think the first paper was published, and the idea is we take the real data, and we do some magic with it, differential privacy, k-anonymity, whatever we are talking about at this conference, and then we get protected data out, and it's all fine. And we wanted to know whether this is actually the case. So first of all, what we did in the paper is we proposed a framework with 5 goals, and we have a lot of detail on each of them in the paper, but just to give you an idea, first of all, we have formal guarantees, which is usually differential privacy today. And this is important because even if we have empirical privacy, and I'm a big fan of it, it might always be that there's a better attack or a new attack, and we've only measured against something. So if we have formal guarantees, we know that we are protected against all future attacks as well. The second thing is the unit of privacy. And this is kind of a subset of the first goal,
but you will find that this is something that papers are getting wrong all the time in this space. Because a lot of approaches don't work really well on the privacy side because they are protecting the wrong things. If you look at location traces, a lot of people try to protect the location. They add noise to each location. But if you think of a straight line and you add Laplace or Gaussian noise, you will just get something like this, and then if you just average it, you're back to the real line. Of course, real examples are not that easy, but still, your differential privacy guarantee won't hold if you just use all your budget for one location. And unfortunately, there are way too many approaches doing exactly that. Then there's empirical privacy, which a lot of paper don't, if they have formal guarantees like differential privacy, they don't actually do any experiments anymore. Yet, you will see in a second that there are a lot of approaches where these proofs are broken. So if you had done empirical analysis, you might have picked it up earlier and you wouldn't have released a broken scheme. So I think it's important to do both, the theoretical proof, but also some empirical evaluation. Then utility is quite straightforward, so I won't talk about this in too much detail. The main takeaway here is that everyone kind of uses a new metric, so it's really hard to compare approaches. So if you work in this space, maybe we should try to now consistently use the same metrics in our papers. And lastly, of course, the approach has to be practical. Now, for traditional trajectory protection, there was a really good SOK presented here last year at PETS. So I'm not going into too much detail, but to summarize, we had an attack against differential private protection schemes based on like a deep learning model that uses like information such as street networks and things like that. Then the SOK that was presented here last year from a research group from the KIT, and they found that out of the 17 papers they looked at, 10 of them had errors in the proof, so the privacy guarantees are not necessarily as claimed. And then there's another research group from Germany that has looked into utility a lot, and they found that these traditional schemes have utility that isn't really suitable for real-world applications most of the time. So here's the table from the paper, but yeah, I won't talk much more about it because it's now a core contribution, but basically you can see that there's nothing that really satisfies all our goals. So in around 2020, a professor proposed a vision paper on a conference saying, well, if trajectory protection with like these classical schemes doesn't work really well, what if we take real data and then we use some sort of a generative AI, not necessarily AI, it could be a generative scheme in general, and we get synthetic data out, which is fake. So we shouldn't have any privacy problems if we use this, right? Well, we looked at this, and none of the currently existing schemes provides privacy guarantees. They are all just based on the fact that the data is fake. But how do we know it is? What if the model just remembers a sample as it is and outputs the same thing? You can see there are a few approaches that do try privacy, but a lot of them also use location privacy again. For example, this approach here is quite nice. I really like it, but the problem is they only perturb the locations. So they use the entire budget for each location. So if you have a trace of 100 locations and you use epsilon 1, for example, you actually only have epsilon 2 100 for the whole trace, which isn't really great. And a lot of approaches are based on LSTM trigon, which I think is like the most cited paper right now. And I really like it, so don't understand this, that this is a really bad paper from what I'm saying now. It's really, really good at utility. But this is how the architecture looks like. And after working for a long time with it, we found a few things. First of all, you can kind of remove the white part. So this should be a generative adversarial network where we have a discriminator trying to distinguish between real and fake data, playing a zero-sum game with the generator trying to generate fake data, and then eventually the fake data gets really good. But actually what's happening here is that they use real samples as an input, and then the generator modifies these. So it's more like an autoencoder where we have a latent bottleneck, and then we have a noisy output, which means if we train the generator long enough, eventually the fake samples will just become very, very close, if not identical to the input, which questions if we have any privacy. So we thought, okay, we just change this and use noise as the input for the generator, which is how many generative adversarial networks usually work, especially in the image domain. And we thought, okay, this is like just another domain, but this has been a lot of times for image generation, audio generation, medical data generation, where they used it for ECG signals, which is also sequential. So we thought, okay, we use just one of these models, and then first of all, we have a noise input, and then in the next step, there was a differential private GAN models, so we could just add differential privacy to it, and then we actually have a generative model with DP. Well, it turned out it's not that easy. So here you can see, I think we looked at 6 models that we actually implemented and released the code for. And first of all, we tested it on IMList. That's an image data set, but we followed the approach from a medical paper where they proposed to actually look at the pixels as a sequence. So we do not generate this as an image, but we actually generate 1 pixel like at a time. And the idea here is just that we have a very easy first test, like a toy data set, because it's only, we used a sequence of 28 times 28, so 28 timestamps with 28 pixels each, to see whether it generally worked. And while that worked, once we went into the image data sets, and into the trajectory data sets, sorry, it completely fell apart. You can see no approach produced anything that looks remotely useful. Yeah, we've been working on this for a long time. And if you just think, well, maybe I'm just really bad at deep learning, we released all our code and we tried to make it really reusable. Like we wrote a framework with like base classes, and it should be really easy to like reproduce it, hopefully. So feel free to go and try to fix this if you can. Yeah, but we came to the conclusion that really you can't just take any GAN from like another domain, like the ECG signals, and apply it to location trajectories, because its two-day nature and the high complexity of this data just makes it really hard. So right now, while these generative approaches have a lot better utility than our traditional DP approaches, they do not have formal guarantees just yet. Nevertheless, I do still believe that this is a really important research direction. I just think that we actually need to put in a bit more work and design a like custom generative model for this domain. And once we have a model that would work without input during the generation phase, we could then apply differential private stochastic gradient descent, or maybe relaxation, like label differential privacy. There's a really good paper on this in the location domain that we also mentioned in the paper. And maybe this way we could actually get a generative model with guarantees. And that's what we are working on at the moment. Thank you.
Any questions from the audience?
Thank you for the interesting work. I was wondering, sometimes in practice, it might be okay that we don't have the formal privacy guarantees. Does any of these papers that does not satisfy the formal guarantees, do they recognize it and maybe say, okay, even though we do not achieve pure DP or some relaxation of DP, maybe empirically this is, let's say, sufficient?
So yes, let me go back to the slide. So here, for example, LSTM trigon itself, it actually tested the trajectory user linking attack, where the idea is...
Hasn't turned up yet.
Oh. Yeah. So this paper, they look at trajectory user linking attack, where the idea is that you have a lot of trajectories and you have user IDs, and you kind of want to link them together. So you want to see whether trajectory belongs to a certain user. And they use this as an evaluation because they said that's like a really common attack. And against that one, LSTM trigon actually protects it. However, the problem is that it is based on a lot of engineering choices. So if you train the model for longer, for example, because it's basically an autoencoder, this doesn't necessarily hold true anymore, because the outputs get more real the longer you train. The same if you just use smaller trajectories, for example, and you still use the same latent dimension, this also doesn't necessarily hold true anymore. So if you use it and you really know what you're doing, you could, for example, use LSTM trigon to protect against this particular attack. But we also applied another attack, the erupt attack, and against that one, for example, you wouldn't have protection. But if you kind of have a very particular attack in mind, and you are sure that you really only want to protect against this, there are approaches that consider that, yes.
I have one. Slightly different trajectory generation. You mentioned very early on that we love coming up with new privacy metrics, and we never seem to use the same privacy metrics across our pieces of work. And you mentioned there, maybe we need to come to some kind of convergence.
And I was, in that case, more talking about the utility metrics.
Oh, okay.
In terms of privacy metrics in this space, it's actually fairly good. Like everyone is kind of agreeing that differential privacy is the gold standard, and there's very little deviation from that.
All right.
Yeah.
So for the utility metrics, what do we do?
So yeah, they're pretty much it is being repeated in every SOK. Like I think the SOK from last year, they said the same thing. So what I try to do here is that there are like now like 2-3 metrics that have been used by more than one author. Usually every research group has their own set of metrics. So what we try to do is we defined 2 axes kind of, and so that you at least take metrics out of each category. So we have like 4, like along the axis you have like 4 fields. And then you kind of at least know that you've covered everything. But yeah, in the best case, paper would look at the related work and they would just reuse the most common metrics that have been recently used.
Great. If we can thank the speaker again and thank all the other speakers as well. And that's it. Enjoy. I think there's a poster session running now, and I will see everyone at the banquet.